Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Yeah.
With roll call. Deb Robb.
Here.
Chad McInnes.
Present.
John Bartlesmeyer. Jim Fewens.
Here.
Brian Holt.
Here.
Rhonda Bailey. Here.
I move to appoint Brian Holt, Chair Pro Tem.
I second.
Bailey.
Yes.
Fewens.
Yes.
Holt.
No, just kidding.
Bartlesmeyer. McInnes.
Yes.
Robb.
Yes. Well, folks, thanks for being here with us today. Chairman Bartlesmeyer is sick, and so I will be, I guess, operating in his stead. So no comment. Well, that's my comments from the chair. Oh, yes. Would you stand and join me in the pledge of allegiance? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Comments from the public. So we have one, Steve.
Name's Steve Anthony. I came to Dr. Kickler's meeting the other night. I expressed my interest of getting 3 former Greyhounds that are currently in the NFL playing into the Fscc Hall of Fame. I spoke with Nathan Rourke this morning. Jack and I did. After talking to Nathan, we found out there's 4 current players. Chris Playbrooks plays for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then you have Nathan, of course, and then JPP and Levante. After the meeting the other night, I was approached by Tom, and he thinks there may be a policy that you can't be put into the Hall of Fame because you didn't graduate from here. To me, I think that's poppycock. You shouldn't have that held against you. I mean, this is a stepping stone for those kids, and they obviously made it to the highest level that they can reach. And I think they should be able to be in the Hall of Fame here if chosen. And I would love to head that up. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's organizing stuff. And I would love to head that up. If somebody wants to help, that'd be great. But I just think it's time for that to happen, especially if we do have 4 former students here that are now playing professional football. And there's been many before them, but 4 current right now. So I just wanted to see if you guys could change that policy, if it is a policy. I just think they need to be in there.
Thank you, Steve. I want to make sure you get it recorded that he had poppycock in his comments. I think that's excellent phrase. Thank you.
It's not what I would usually say.
Under item C, we've got review of programs, the John Deere program.
So one of the things, as they're getting on their way up here, one of the things that we will start to do is each month we will have some organization within some entity within the college, whether it be a program, whether it be athletic activity, present to you all on the status of their program. It'll be different than like the traditional program reviews, but this is just an update for you as the board so that you understand, what are some of the things that are going on. John Deere has some excellent things that they're working on right now, and which is why they are the first group. So as soon as they are ready, we will hear from John Deere.
I ain't me.
Nope. That is. Yeah.
You're the feature piece of the presentation.
I hope not.
Oh, yeah, it's just like mine too, this is gonna work out well. So, good afternoon, my name's Kent Aiken, I'm one of the instructors at, the John Deere Tech program. Dale Griffiths, he's the other instructor. Over the last year, we've been planning lots of changes with the program. So I'm gonna give you a little history on the program and then tell you what we're kind of moving towards. Give you an idea of what the dealerships bring to the table, give you an idea of what John Deere brings to the table for our program. Just so everybody here has an idea of what we do. So, yeah.
Quick, I need to share this for the viewers. I just now thought of that. That way they know what you're talking about.
So, good afternoon, I'm Ken Aiken.
Sorry about that.
All right, so a little bit of history on the John Deere Tech program. So there are 21 other schools like this around the country and Canada. There's 15 of them now in the US and 6 of them in Canada. That's right, that's 6 plus 15, that's 21. Milford, Nebraska happened to be the very first program. That's Southeast Community College in Nebraska. They're right by Lincoln, but they were the very first one in 1989. Next, our John Deere partnership manager. So we collaborated with John Deere to make this program at Fscc Community College. Our John Deere manager, our current manager right now that I deal with, Dale deals with.
That's over those 21.
He's over half of those schools, but our partnership manager actually graduated from our first class, which was in 2002, sorry. His name's Jason Kinsey, but he graduated from this class, the very first one at Fscc Community College. So that's pretty neat that Dale and I get to deal with a guy that was here for the very first class that graduated out of the school. And he works for John Deere corporate right now. In the summer of 2017, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, we used to be in Pittsburgh or Frontenac. In 2017, we relocated to Fort Scott. And then, well, that's redundant. So, messed up there. Oops. Anyway, so the John Deere partnership, what does John Deere bring to the table for us? John Deere provides most of the training aids for our program. We're talking millions of dollars worth of equipment, millions of dollars worth of, we got, I don't know how many transmissions we got that cost maybe $40,000 to $50,000 a piece, engines that cost a lot of money. 4 brand new tractors every year we get currently. When we go to this new program that I want to talk to you guys about, or Sonia's going to talk to you about, or I'm going to give you a glimpse of the way we're going to do it, we're probably going to get more than that, maybe 5 or 6. Those are new machines directly from the factory straight to our program.
Currently, those machines are made up of 3 tractors and a skid steer.
And a skid loader. So we did get skid loaders moved into our program to where we could teach about it. Not going into detail, but there are John Deere construction schools for technicians. Milford being one of them, but that is considered a construction equipment, even though every farm has one. But they're letting us train on them now. But so they give us 4 brand new machines every year. They are spec'd out to the dealership. So they are sold when they get to us, but they come straight from the factory, unloaded at our place, and then sent to a dealership. When they're done, they get a discount for letting us use them. Continuing education for us. John Deere is very big on keeping us up to date on technology. And so every year Dale and I both have to go to what's called Instructor Development Week. And we spend a week, it's 3 days technically, with all the other instructors across the country and Canada. We spend 3 days collaborating with each other. We go through new training for the new technology out there. And the best part about it is we get to hang out with those guys. We get to talk about what they do in class versus what we do in class, and pick up new ideas on ways we can improve, ways they can improve. And it's great for us every year. Plus then we get the new training on top of it, which is very vital if you're going to stay up to date in this world. So
That's along with our continuing ed classes that we take throughout the year too.
yeah, we take up online classes throughout the year also. Like They call it 32 credit hours, I think that we're required to take, so it's probably looking at 100 hours worth of continuing ed. Plus what we can go do, we can also, they'll send us for free, we gotta pay for lodging and fuel and food, but the training part of it is free. If we want to go to a John Deere training center like Wichita or Davenport or Moline, John Deere gets us in those classes for free and they get us in whatever we want. So that they want us to continually educate ourselves on the new technology. So they provide that education for us as long as we can get there. The online stuff's free to us. The whatever we want, they try to get us because they want their students coming out of our program. They want them being taught on the latest and greatest, and they want the instructors knowing what we're talking about when we tell them about the latest and greatest. So they give us a budget. That's huge. They give us every year. It varies from year to year on the ag world, but last year we got about $19,000 from John Deere. This year we got $20,000 from John Deere that we spend for our program. So our graduation banquet, we pay for that we pay for it. John Deere reimburses us. Some of the training aids that we need to get, John Deere will reimburse them. If it was for our actual John Deere class, they'll reimburse it. What else have we got, Dale? We got factory tours. When we go on factory tours, we take these kids and they go to these factories and they get to actually watch how these machines are built. They know why machines are put together the way they are, instead of pulling their hair out and cussing and kicking when they're tearing things apart, putting them back together. They know why it's designed that way. So it's a learning experience for them. Any parts that we need for our class, like we are connected, Dale and I are both connected to the John Deere, like the dealerships through their parts warehouses on how to order parts. I just ordered parts on Friday and they just showed up this morning.
I'll be ordering.
That comes out of that budget right there. It doesn't come out of Fort Scott's budget.
Yeah, I'll be ordering for my current class today or tomorrow. That will eat up quite a bit of that budget for one of my classes, along with some of the recruiting events that are combined recruiting events with John Deere Corporation. Part of that budget money goes towards that also.
Yeah, so when we go to like state FFA and things like that, John Deere can reimburse those if we have it in our budget. So the John Deere dealerships, what they do for this program, they give us all the kids. To be in this program, you have to be sponsored by a dealership, a John Deere dealership. So they're going to give us the students. I mean, we recruit, they do a better job recruiting now than we do. They're able to get out there more, we're not. We miss too much class otherwise. They provide uniforms for the kids to wear. They wear them to class, so we have a dress code. You gotta wear your dealership uniform. I don't allow hoodies. That's safety hazard stuff. Since I'm responsible, I'm very strict on it. Dale's pretty strict on it. He's probably very strict too, I would say. Dealerships, they reimburse their tuition. These kids come to school. Some of them get it paid up front. Some of them, after the first semester, their dealership cuts a check to our cashier.
According to their GPA.
According to their GPA. Some of them, they work 2 years afterwards and it's reimbursed after every quarter. They get a reimbursement check for their tuition and housing. Some of them get $10,000 worth of tools, depending on the dealership. These kids are spoiled. Like, they don't even know how good they got it. It's very high demand though. So we provide paid internships. What we have now versus what we're moving towards is a little different as far as the internship experience, but it's still getting them in the dealership, working with the dealers throughout the year, throughout the program, so they can learn to the best of their ability. When you learn in class, learn in the shop, then you go to work and learn it or use it. I mean, that's the best way to get it drilled into your head. So they do paid internships. 95% of our kids get hired after they graduate. That's a huge deal.
That number.
They all have jobs.
Bigger, but you always have the one that either wants to continue on with their education or it's just not really.
They don't accept the position. So student salaries can range anywhere from 50,000 to over 100,000. I don't know if you guys know this, but that's a lot more than I make. Just, you might jot that down. But, anyways, so they got a great, I mean, I just talked about it with the students today. They were talking about this and a couple of them were complaining about their pay over here, what they pay there. And I'm like, it's still some of the best paying jobs you can get in Southeast Kansas right here out of this program. Like there's not a lot of people out there making $100,000 in this community. Or other Southeast Kansas or Southwest Missouri. It's just it's a great opportunity. It takes work. So I think that's part of the reason that it's hard to find these kids to work, but it's rewarding. So
We do get students from all over parts of the country. In fact, we've had international students also. We just had a student from South America 2 years ago.
years ago, yeah.
From the program. So it's very diversified in our student mix also across the board.
So benefits of our program, we provide a great knowledge base for all of our students going out into the industry. We provide a certification, needed, and I'm not talking about Fscc Community College certificates. I'm talking electrical certification, hydraulic certification, service advisor. Now they're getting AC certification. Now we're getting engine after treatment, which is the emission systems certification.
And combat construction.
All that stuff means extra pay for these kids as they leave here. Or the better possibility for it. So we're filling the pipeline for all the skilled technicians needed out in our world today. I'm sure you guys have heard skilled trades, very high demand. Probably some of the most money-making jobs that a kid can do is pick skilled trades, whatever it is. It's a good opportunity. We provide an associate of applied science degree currently right now. And if they choose to that they want to go into management later on in life, they can take the associate degree, and Pitt State still accepts us, and K-State out of Salina still accepts us, and they can go get their 4-year degree through those institutions. All of our credits transfer there besides a couple classes. So they're taking all of our industry or all of our technical classes, like they would go to Pitt State, they would graduate there with their 4-year degree in automotive technology with an emphasis in diesel and heavy equipment. So, but they're taking, most places don't take technical classes like this towards their degrees. So it's called what's called 2+2. Pitt State does it, K-State Salina will do it for us. Now, when we're going to this new certificate program with the option of the AAS that Sony's going to talk about, we're going to be able to double the number of students that graduate every year without doing anything to our infrastructure. We're not adding on to the building. We're not doing anything. With our current situation, we can double the amount of kids that graduate and go out into the workforce in 1 year, just by changing the way we're doing the program. To where if they want to just get a certificate, they can get the certificate. If they want to get their associate, they can get their associate. A lot of them with dual credits now, it's going to make it very easy and feasible for them to get their associate's degree. We got 5 kids coming next year if this passes, the new way passes, that are going to have their associate's degree. They're 1 class away from their associate when they get here.
In 1 year's time.
And I won't go into all the reasons why we did that, as far as, unless you guys want to know, but it could take a little time. I don't know how much time you guys got. So, but that's some of the benefits of our program providing to industry. That's what they get. So going into next year, current year and next year. Right now we have 21 freshmen. We started 22, correct, Dale? One of them we've lost to attrition. Sophomores, we have 17 that are going to graduate this spring. And then the new incoming students already for next year, we already full at 24. We're maxed out. We got a waiting list now. It's very popular what we're trying to move towards. And
With daily tours.
seems like we have tours a couple times a week like that. That's another thing right now. We need somebody to give tours. If you guys want to jot that down. That's kind of a joke. But normally at this time of the year, we have 10 kids already for the next year, and we've already doubled it and started a waiting list, and it's exploding. This, I don't know if I should say it, or some you might, but what we're working towards with the certificate program with the option of the AAS is a pilot school for the whole country. So we would be the first school doing it. If it works out here, the rest of the schools will be doing it. John Deere is going to force them into that.
We've had several questions from several other programs wanting to know, because they are
They already want to do it. So that's what we're looking at as far as enrollment. Future of John Deere. Dealers, they have committed, they have goals right now. They was talking to us this summer about what their goals are for 2025. And their goals are to 50 students enrolled in a tech program, each dealership. Well, if you start adding that up, we don't have enough room for that. So we're going to increase our enrollment from 22 new students a year to 48, anywhere to up to 48 is what we're going to start out with. In 5 years from now, I'd like to increase, build on over there, add on, and bump our enrollment up to 68. Our dealerships are committed. They're the ones that do the most recruiting. They want us, as many kids as we can get through here as possible, and as highly trained as we can get them. So the need for them out there in this world, John Deere Tech schools around the country graduate almost 1,000 every year. If we graduated 5,000 kids a year around the country, we would still not be reaching what we need per year of student or graduates. So with that being said, we'd like to add a third, even a fourth instructor. When we go to 68 new kids, we're going to have 4 instructors just to be able to make it work. But that's the goal of ours. That's the goal of John Deere. We want to be able to increase the size of our program here to where we can accommodate for that. Industry needs it. We just got to find the kids and get them out there. They got to find the kids, help find the kids. There's a need for it out there. So with that, we'll probably have to add on to the place. If we fill this up and in 5 years we're filling up and we have waiting lists, we really need to look at adding on to our program. So I guess, like as Forrest Gump says, that's all I got to say about that. Questions?
Does FAFSA or state grant any funding apply to these kids or no?
Yeah, so they get financed. They all qualify for financial aid, whether it's Pell Grants or student loans, and then we're Perkins qualified, so we get Perkins money.
Kansas.
Yeah, it basically just like any other program in the college. I guess I should say, I don't know about every program in college, but for the most part, it's the same.
Is this 2-year program?
Currently it is.
Currently it's 2-year program. Is that based on college academic, like semesters? Is there a summer school?
Yes,
So
so
we go year round, so.
That's what I thought.
5 semesters.
5 semesters.
So they start in the fall currently, and they go 22 months running for 23.
With two internships at 8 weeks.
Right, so they'll have 2
And when these
internships.
students are here on campus, because most of them are out of town,
Mhm.
they stay where?
Student housing or
Students.
Or on their own, or some of them live in campers over here, some of them.
yeah, that's
Kind of
campers. We have currently right now, my freshman class, I have 2 students that drive an hour and 45 minutes every day to get here.
Okay.
He has one in his
2 of them in mind that
drive a
drive for Independence
sophomore,
every
they
day.
drive from Independence.
So there's 16 schools throughout the country. You basically probably draw from a particular area.
4 hours away usually.
Usually.
We're within a 4 hour.
So your dealers are, and there's probably what, 2 dealers?
No,
5.
there's
There's
5.
5 dealers within that.
Prairie Land, Heritage, Ag Power,
Okay.
P&K, and BTI.
Which
They're the ones that we get from
We'll take-
most of them.
Prairie Land is actually Prairie Land Agrivision Incorporated, so that actually goes,
16 stores in Iowa.
that's 16 stores in Iowa,
Okay.
31 stores total, the balance being in Kansas.
I knew there's a tremendous consolidation of dealerships.
So when he says dealers, when he says 50 students per dealer, that's per a dealer organization.
Right.
Yeah.
So you take Heritage Tractor, for example, that's 23 locations. They have expressed that they've committed to 2 to 3 students per location.
Out of each store going to school.
And their dealership actually is dependent upon them being part of our program as far as how they're paid back and things like that. At their dealership, excuse me.
I can see where they're looking for these people because the people they have are my age, they're retiring.
Yeah, the attrition level,
Yeah.
the workforce is retiring at such a rapid pace.
So they've had those jobs for a long time. That's a longevity thing. You get that job, you want to keep it.
You said something about a 5-year plan. is that, are you coming up with that, or is that you and John Deere
That's us
together?
right now.
That's
That's
John
us.
Deere, John Deere actually has expressed the same.
So
Right.
you're gonna be the ones to actually initiate that.
So,
I mean,
yeah,
to actually,
backtrack a little bit. John Deere has been hounding up everybody, all these schools for years that they need to double their enrollment, double their enrollment. Well, now we just come up with a way to double our enrollment without even adding on the building.
Okay.
Which is, that was the biggest selling point towards John Deere. I'm not gonna go into all the details with that, but that's, I think, what put them over the edge is we don't even have to add on to our school, and we can double the amount of kids that are gonna graduate with the same level. Actually, they're gonna be a higher level. The opportunity to get a higher level than what that was now.
Yeah.
okay, excuse me,
Yeah, go ahead.
your 2+2 program, what, do they usually major in when they move on? I'm just kind of curious, is it
When they
business
go to,
administration? Yeah,
no, it's, I mean, they can minor in that stuff,
yeah,
but it would be a bachelor's in, science, with a major of automotive.
Tech, okay.
Yeah, automotive technology.
Yeah.
With heavy equipment.
With heavy equipment, okay.
But they could take on the general ed side of that, if they'd have options to minor
Sure.
in something else.
So I was just kind of curious as to what the main, and that makes sense, makes a lot of sense to all of tech.
I know you're focused on big equipment and stuff like that, but I know a few years ago, we talked about small engine, like lawnmowers and things like that. Is that in the
That's the current
focus?
class that I'm in right now.
You actually
It's
have,
incorporated within our,
okay, you actually have a small engine.
Yeah.
they start off with it before they get to the
The
larger.
big engines, like if you drove around last semester out around our bull, I call it our bullpen, you've probably seen 12 different lawnmowers sitting out there just outside.
That's not to mention the several standalone
Yeah,
engines I
so-
have
Okay.
within the building.
So they go through a small engine before. I'm not letting them touch a big engine if they can.
Oh,
That's a stepping stone. It's no.
Well, I would encourage everyone to go to their open house. I went last year and I can almost tell you how their computer system works. They had fantastic guides. Your students were wonderful. I finally had to say, guys, I 20 minutes. I stood there and they were showing me how the computers work and why they work and what they show. Now this means this is happening and this means this is happening. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
A lot of people don't understand, like a 8R tractor talks 200,000 lines of running code per running minute.
Yeah. It
It's
was astonishing.
32 computers, more than the space shuttle had originally.
It's worth your time. I mean, those kids do what they engaged you. They say, now, do you understand this? I was like, yeah.
Not only that, we had a good barbecue too.
I don't know about that.
It was amazing. It was amazing. Take the tour and the open house because it was amazing.
And we're open if anybody wants to come see the program, not at the open house. If you guys want to schedule a time with us, I'd be happy to show you the program, what we have, go into more detail on the topics.
I've been to the open house just like Rhonda has, and I think we try to get that message out there, but I'd like to see more community members come to it because it is a big deal.
It is.
We're trying to make it a big deal.
Yeah. It is.
Very educational.
When is the open house?
November. That's usually the first Thursday of November.
You missed it.
Got a little time.
It'll be out. It's usually on Facebook. Well, our Facebook keeps getting shut down. I think it's a case guy keeps turning us in. It keeps getting shut down. So it'll be on the website here and things like that.
Any other questions?
All right.
Thank you,
You're
guys.
welcome. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Yes, it's a great presentation. So, looks at the bar. Very nice. Everybody else, very nice. All right, item D, conflict of interest disclosure.
So, all the board members have been given a conflict of interest disclosure, which basically they're just required. They will write down whatever their conflicts of interest are. We'll post the blank document on the website so that people can see that because it's probably not in that board packet, but the second item E is the affirmation of service. We'll also post that one in there as well. It's basically just talking about the board members, the affirmation of services, basically their oath, their guidelines that they've all agreed to. We will make sure that once we get the copies signed with everybody, we will post the affirmation of service on the website. The conflict of interest will not be posted, obviously, but the other document, the blank copy of the conflict of interest will be, and then the signed copy will be added to the minutes of this meeting. So.
Well, I think I filled out a conflict of interest when I ran for the board. It's on the county. The county has my signature on that already.
Perfect.
Yeah,
And-
we had to.
Yeah. And we'll do this. So part of our HLC accreditation encourages, not requires, but encourages us to do this annually, to do this publicly and do it annually. So that's where this stems from is our.
Okay, here's the English teacher. I mean, it says employee signature.
So
I'm an employee now?
all of the employees will sign this as well, starting at the end of. Starting July 1.
Okay.
So you will be able to, if the policy change is approved by you at the next board meeting, it will go through.
And if we work for another school district, is that a conflict of interest?
It's just because it's a conflict, you're just noting what the conflicts are, what potential
Okay.
conflicts are. It is in no way, shape, or form punitive towards anyone. It's just saying, here's what they are generally. It does not mean that.
Okay, in my case, I'm a major stockholder in a retail business that we have sold a little bit to college. I'm listing that on here.
Yes.
Have you ever filled one of these out before? Never.
Do we need to do something with this?
No, it's situation, or you guys are doing it, and we'll collect it at the end, and then we'll note in the minutes that they have been received. And we'll get John to sign one as well. Sign this.
And do these go to Julie?
Yes.
And on the affirmation of service, is that? And you want one copy that's signed by everybody?
Preferably, but we'll sign before you leave. We'll have everybody, we'll pass it on, have everybody sign today. Okay.
Any other comments or questions about those two items? D and E. All right, we have an executive session on the agenda.
I make a motion, we go into executive session for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. How many executive sessions we get to?
We're doing two today.
Doing 2. I made a motion.
To discuss.
The whole thing for us.
So that's happening right there? Oh, it can't be anywhere?
It will impact the next.
Go to the executive session at 12:38 for 5 minutes. Or, no, let's make it
So
12:40.
There you go.
5 for 5.
By law, we have to say to discuss non-elected personnel.
To discuss,
Just read the whole thing.
okay, to discuss personal matters of non-elected personnel as it relates to appointment of officers, positions, and officials. With action expected. Not
Expected.
with action expected to follow the appointment of officers, positions, and officials.
Are we inviting?
Me. All board members and the president, is that correct? Okay.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Julie, will you call for the vote?
Sure. Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer. Hewens.
Yes.
Holt.
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Where are we going? Once around the corner, around. I'll bring it.
Yes, sir, we do.
Make a motion to we return from the executive session.
We have a second? Second. Thank you, Jim. Julie, would you call for the vote?
Well, I don't have a vote. Oh, never mind, I do, I'm sorry, I was 12 steps ahead of you in my
Okay.
brain. I do have a vote, that's exactly what you guys just did. Bartlesmeyer. Hewens,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McInnes,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Next item on the agenda is the appointment of officials for 2024. Pages 6 and 7. Election of officers. Election of officers for 2024 is on page 6, that's what. First, we have the position of chairman.
You have to go through and nominate for all these.
I believe so.
Okay, I nominate Brian Hope.
Do we have a second? Did you second that? Doug?
I did.
Sorry, I talked over you. We have a motion and a second. Julie, would you call for the vote?
Yes. Hewens,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer.
Well, thank you all, I guess. I'll be leaning on all of you, and I told John I'd lean on him too. I appreciate your confidence. Next position is for vice chairman. And
Make motion for Doug Roth, vice chairman.
the motion for Doug Roth to be the vice chair.
Second.
Thank you, Chad. We have a motion and a second. Julie, you call for the vote.
McInnes,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer. Hewens,
Yes.
Holt.
Yes. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you. Just repeat whether. He'll probably be absent next month.
The next item on the agenda is the appointment of officials for 2024. This is on page 7. We need to go through and nominate all of these, or?
I would say no change. We do have to do a treasurer. And then the representation down there.
For KACCT and the Council of Presidents. Okay.
John did express that he would stay on as the Greenbush rep.
Okay. Very good.
And everything else should be the same.
So we have to make a motion for each of the, no.
You can,
Go ahead.
you can make your slate and then one collective.
Oh,
motion.
okay, okay.
So I think what we're proposing is all of them will stay the same as they were previously, and we can read down through those if you'd like.
Well, the treasurer, Mary Ann Culberson, is not here.
Right, so we'll have to find a replacement for Marianne and then a replacement on the KACCT representative and Council of Presidents representative, which was Kirk Hart and Robert Nelson.
Okay, I'm assuming treasurer would be Gina Shelton. That,
I don't know your text right now. Go.
you get the checkbook. AACCT representatives, Chad McInnes and Ron Bailey.
I will say that the KACCT representative, there's a quarterly meeting held that attendance is encouraged. It's not mandated. In December, it was in Liberal. Kansas. That was Ron. Doug Rob and Jim Peter. I believe in April at Junction City, so a little closer. And then there'll be one this summer, but they haven't decided the location. It's a good group to be a part of. It's good professional development. You get to meet some of the other trustees. Brian sat in on, not throwing him under the bus, but Brian sat in on the virtual meeting this last time.
I did not go to Liberal.
So I don't think you wanted to ride with me for 7.5 hours. So just so that you know what you're getting yourself into.
So is the nomination Chad and Rhonda?
Yes.
So if we have them as the representatives, they're not able to go, can we have somebody else from the board go? So you're not necessarily
Yeah, you're
obligated to
not.
go every meeting. I mean,
You just have to have somebody on there.
Okay, so for 2024, our information officer will remain Julie McDaniel. Our clerk of the board will remain Julie McDaniel. We're nominating Gina Shelton to be the treasurer. The Capers representative will be Julie McDaniel. Our KACCT representative and council president's representative will be Chad McInnes and Rhonda Bailey. Our Green Bush representative will be John Bartlesmeyer. Our designated bank for general fund will be Landmark National Bank. Pains me.
I didn't.
Our designated attorney is Zachary Reynolds. Our official newspaper is the Fort Scott Tribune. We have a motion.
I make a motion to those appointments.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Who would you call for the vote?
Rob,
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer, Ewens,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
All right, thank you all. We now move to the consent agenda, which includes the approval of the agenda. Do I need to read down the state thing?
You do know.
Okay.
You might go through the D and just the personnel actions.
Okay.
Who you added. But you're not reading the whole thing.
As part of the consent agenda, item D, approval of deposit of proceeds, $623,971.50 from the sale of 902 South Horton into Fund 12. And item E is the approval of personnel actions. We have 3 additions. A is Vicky Laterer, Associate Dean of Health Programs, effective December 15th, 2023. Ively Pride, Louisiana MEP Regional Recruiter, effective January 1st, 2024. And Yasmin Lennon, Educational Specialist, effective January 1st, 2024. Separations, Emily Hoffman, MEP, effective December 31st, 2023. It's recommended the consent agenda items be approved as presented. Is there any
I
discussion?
just have one question. After approval of deposit of proceeds from the sale of 902 South Horton. I know in the paper it said the sale was pending on a mildew test. Evidently, the mildew test come back negative.
That is correct.
Okay, so the funds have been deposited.
I went down to the bank, went down to the title office Wednesday of last week, signed for it, brought the check to Gina. Now, whatever happened to it after that.
Okay, so it's-
That's what I was gonna ask. So,
And then the rest of it will go into 12.
what is Fund 12?
Fund 12 is your vocational fund. This, I suppose, is because it wasn't part of your budgeted numbers. The auditors wanted the board involved with where it's deposited.
No.
So 12 is where we were paying that lease payment and where the related expenses from this year sat. So that's why it's going into 12.
Very good.
Did we have any equity in that, or did we?
It's about 100 and between what was due to CHDC and versus the actual total proceeds, it was about 160,000. However, we had spent out of that, I think it was 70,000 at least for the architect, utilities and custodial for the whole 6 months. So, I mean, the net is not as much. It definitely covers our expenses, but the plus side for us is that that takes away a $5,000 payment.
Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda?
Make a motion, we accept the consent agenda as given.
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Julie, can you call for the vote, please?
Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer, Hewens,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes. All right, we are to the discussion items on page 30. Discussion item A is the foundation donation.
So earlier this month, myself, Gina, and Marcy went and met with the foundation board, who graciously, upon some other, in addition to some other business items, we requested that they provide the college with a financial gift. As you guys are aware, last fall, there was some conversations, there was some talk about us potentially entering into a loan agreement. That loan agreement would not be legal. And so we stopped those talks immediately. And so we went back to them, had a conversation, and they graciously agreed to provide us with some cash flow or some additional monies to help us with cash. I'm not at liberty to discuss. I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about the number until we have had an opportunity to sit down and talk. The board instructed us to get with Sarah and talk about how the funds would be distributed and where we would pull from. And so once we've had that opportunity, then I'll bring back to you all what that final amount has been. But it is very generous, and will provide us with an opportunity to offset some of the costs that we have. We know that, and I think we'll talk about it in a little bit. We know that we're going to be about $1 million, potentially $1 million in the hole by the time we get to the end of this academic year, fiscal year. And so it will be it's very, very generous. And again, I will share that with you all, but we need to figure out the direction of how we're going to get that. So
What did you call it? You said you can't call it a loan or anything. What do you
it's
call
a gift.
it? A gift.
A gift. A gift from the foundation. So just wanted you all to know that it's there. I don't know that there's much else really, unless there's questions. I think it also should be noted that we have that, but that's to be used at the discretion of the administration. I don't want the people or the community to think that this is, oh, okay, we're good now, because we still need to continue following the same suit. This just really takes some of the stress and the pressure off trying to make some decisions that we are in the process of making.
So logistically, somebody's getting with Sarah Smith from the foundation and working with her, and that, I mean, do we have a timeline for that, or?
As soon as February 1 hits, I think, is after the February 1st date, I think is when we hope to be able to sit down with her.
And you said you and who will be doing this?
Gina.
You and Jean?
So when you say administration, you're talking about the board as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the board will, I mean, we will use some, but it's gonna come through the approval process, through our normal approval process. But what we're looking at is we're looking at taking a part of the donation and using it for operational purposes. So to help, yeah, to help the day-to-day, but then it's also gonna help some of it's gonna go towards paying off some of our COPs, our lease payments and so on and so forth. So we're trying to divide that up, but then to be fair, some of it we're trying to pull back to maintain some starter cash for the next fiscal year. So that's why it's important that that we're not just spending it all and running through it all.
Any questions, any other comments or questions on?
Well, this kind of way, doesn't have anything to do with the foundation, but we are still awaiting an audit, correct? How's that coming?
I continue to work through questions from the auditors as we go along. It's mostly balance sheet items at this
Okay.
point.
Okay.
But yes, so it's ongoing.
Okay.
So by being ongoing, are we able to kind of give a tentative budget for like maybe the next 6 months or whatever?
As far as, I think that tentative budget would be separate from your audit.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is the time that we get it, but when we looked at December, where we were at, essentially, we were at 0 at best. And so what I said was, at the end of the day, you have no budgets. Your cash is your budget, because we started the year with no cash. We have no cash. So that becomes your budget. So we looked at those things that are absolutely essential to pay. And those are your COPs, your utilities, your salaries, things like that. And that is where by the end of the year, we're still looking about $1 million deficit. And so it would be lovely to be able to go out and rework a budget, but there's no point in that if you don't have any cash to fund it. So the problem, what the audit does as far as delay for us is you're going to see before you a treasurer's report a little bit later on, your cash is gonna look really goofy in a lot of your funds. And that's because that's how it was at the end of the year. So I can't touch those accounts or make any audit adjustments until that audit is finalized. And so that's been part of the challenging part.
Okay.
So is there any money in those accounts?
I mean, no, I mean, it looks great right now because we just got our state aid and we just got our property tax. But
And that's for the
supposed
fall
to last
semester.
you for the rest of.
And that was for the fall semester, right?
Mhm.
So we still don't have the fall intercession and late start classes on that, do we?
That revenue would already be booked from tuition.
Yeah.
So
But
you've
you won't
already got
get, yeah, you won't get state aid again until July of next year.
Okay.
The next big money that you will get is your property tax, and that's the first week of June. So the only thing we have outside of those payments is tuition fees.
So we get nothing from technical either?
No, you get your Excel CTE money in October,
Okay,
and then you don't get it again until the next.
just once a year?
Yeah, it would be good for the board to actually have a vision of when monies are coming in.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's hard for me to, and I deal with that all the time. I want to know when the money is coming, so it'd be good to have an idea as board members, knowing when this is coming.
Sure, and I would say that that's definitely something that I always did that as part of my budgets of the district. I mean, the board knew exactly those revenue streams.
Okay, thank you.
I love acronyms, but COP is capital outlay.
No, it's actually,
Commitment of funds.
what am I thinking? Certificates of participation.
Oh.
Sorry, it's your debt. It's your debt. What you got?
That's
Yeah, so COP is bad, it's bad.
Any other questions on item A, foundation donation? Item B, institutional work study.
So currently, as it stands, we have, institutional work study that we have allotted to students. It is not federal, so I want that to be clear. There's two pockets. There's institutional work study that is money that we commit to students, and then there's federal that a student participates in. Over the break, we determined that the institutional work study, that there's institutional work study out there, that we could cut. And so we identified that as one of the areas that we reduce. It does impact a student. But in terms of where we stand, that would be some of the low hanging fruit, I think that the college could cut / reduce, because otherwise we're looking at either personnel or potentially taking a deeper cut into budgets. And we have federal work study that goes unspent. And so when we don't spend our federal work study, that turns around and impacts us the next year in terms of how much federal work study dollars that they're going to give us. So if they give us $10,000 and we only spend $8,000, they're going to reduce that number that they give us for the following year. So we have institute or federal work study that we need to use.
So, and what you're saying, basically, the institutional work study, if we eliminate that, we can use the federal, we can't use the federal.
We can't use the federal for those people that it affects. We can then pluck, so let's say Jim Fewens is on institutional work study. Let's say Julie McDaniel is on federal. We can't help Jim, but we can turn around and say, hey, Julie, here is a position for you. The money is there. Would you be interested in doing the work that Jim was going to do?
Because my eligibility for federal work.
Oh, okay.
depends upon my financial-
Eligibility factor. Okay. So now these people that have institutional work study, I'm assuming they either came here depending on that. Did they sign contracts?
There, to my knowledge, there's no contract for institutional work study. I haven't seen one.
Okay, so how many does this affect?
17.
17. So is there any way, I'm trying to think here, if I'm a student, I'm coming in and the work study pays that student how much per semester?
You're looking at $3,200 per student per academic year.
So 2 semesters.
So 1,600.
Okay, well, that's pretty good amount. So consequently, if I'm a student here and expecting that, and you take that away in mid-year, what does he have to fall back on? Does he go to the foundation to replace that? How does that, I'm thinking as a student.
I don't know how that student would replace that. And that's important. But the alternative, I think, is where else do we cut? I mean, that's going to be the follow-up question is if we don't cut there, then we have a tough decision to make.
So that's $27,000, right?
Should roughly.
Over 2 semesters.
No, that's just this semester.
That's just
They're just cutting this semester.
Yeah.
The other's already been given to them. How many of those do we know? Have we looked to see if they qualify for federal?
I don't know that.
No, Selena did on some of them. but to see if they could switch it around from an institutional to a federal.
And what did you find out?
I mean, I think there was a handful. I don't know. I mean, she just told me that she looked at it.
I'd like to know that, because I mean, that's how many less students that are gonna be. And when I had a work study, they had to bring in a form that I signed and they signed for their hours and everything for the year, and that, you know.
Was it a federal work study?
Yeah. And then I think I had an institutional too. I think Greg had an institutional. I'm not sure on that, but yeah. So I just hope that there's not a contract out there that we're voiding or whatever.
There is no contract that we're voiding. I think it's important that we look at who, what, when, where, why, and how that was established. Because at the end of the day, that creates a little concern for me, I'll be honest. And
Well, who are these work students?
the majority of them fall on baseball and softball for what has been called field maintenance. That's,
So is it all of them? I mean, they lose all of their work studies, is that what you're saying?
I'm suggesting that they get a few, but lose the majority, yes. And we're not impacting, so we have at least 2 students that I'm aware of that work in academic support services for the most part, and we're not touching those. Those we feel like are important enough that they need to stay, but
So baseball and softball they totally take care of their fields. Nobody on campus,
they're
faculty, staff takes care of the fields.
they take care of their fields and they do the bathrooms and clean. I have offered to reassign someone out there to help with the bathrooms to offset that. But the field maintenance on a turf field should be relatively light.
So if they're athletes, is that gonna affect them coming back next year? Are we?
No, because I think there needs to be some reform in that. I think that if we're going to do this again, which I would support doing it again, I think it's important. But I think that those people need to be assigned to an individual, not to their individual coach. I think I think that doesn't set well and doesn't really pass the smell test. I think if you go in and you say all of these students report to the athletic department and the athletic director or their designee is the one signing off on those and assigning those, I think you are in a better situation. I think that looks cleaner.
Yeah, I understand. See, we're all the way halfway through this year. Yeah, I understand at some point. But if we've already promised these kids that we're already into this semester, if we've already promised them, you're gonna have work study. Now I can see going into summer or fall. My thing is, coming from a board or coming from the college, that we promised these kids, and then all of a sudden say, no, we're not gonna do this. That's all my conflict or my concern.
Well, I understand that, but
Yeah, I know.
we're gonna have the conversation with
I know the financial concern also.
we're gonna have to have a conversation with an individual then too, that says your job is, I mean, we have to start cutting some of our expenditures. And that's why I'm bringing it out here. I don't feel comfortable telling an employee that your job's going away because of the commitment or the decision to give that to a student.
But I'm just still troubled by it. We probably have to do. I can see it going forward.
Right.
Policy has changed
Yes,
where there's no more. But if we as a school committed to that student and he's already enrolled, that's my concern.
I understand. I told you, it doesn't, I don't like having to be there, but I mean, I have to look at.
Well, and what worries me is with that same student, that we take that money away, then are we gonna say, now you need to make a payment plan or you're out? I worry a little bit about, this is gonna snowball. And I understand I don't want anybody's job to go either. I don't want that either.
Any other questions or conversation on this topic?
So if I understand correctly. Which was why this was a discussion item. I think at least the two of you have said,
Chad.
and Chad would prefer that we not impact the student. Is that what I'm?
You know, I'm concerned about this semester. We've already.
I would agree.
Or we're,
And I'm concerned that somebody
Yeah,
losing their job too.
Pandora's box, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
that we can work with that. We'll find, we will look at a couple of different alternatives.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that. Not replacing employees or cutting employees isn't still out there, because we have to reduce our payroll, our monthly payroll. That's causing us a lot of.
And I know this happened once before when I was on faculty here, but I know this is kind of maybe petty, but do we need the water in the break room? I mean, that's $1,200 a year. Colored water. I mean, those kind of things is what I'm thinking. And I know that was a sacred cow at one time. We had a little problem with that. I had a little problem with that, but I'm a big girl now. You know, little things like that. I mean, $1,200, that's almost one of the work studies. One semester.
When you look at, ways that we can cut. I mean, we're looking into cutting back on some of our contracts related to like our printers and things of that nature. I mean, we're looking at that. The problem is that we do have a contract on that, and getting out of that contract. I mean, that's truly a signed document. The other thing that I think needs to be noted, and Gina, please correct me if I'm out of line. We have several of those students who still have not even put in their time cards yet from November and previous to November. Is that?
Brought them in January,
So there's a deadline.
right before it.
Well,
It should be.
Well, if you need the money,
Yeah.
there should be. I mean, if I need some money, I'm not gonna wait 2 months before I ask for it. So those are some of the things that we're thinking about and saying, okay, well, doesn't seem like it's a high priority. And so what do we do? But
So would they be the first ones that you would cut?
I mean, I think based on what the suggestion is, I think we're gonna go to them and say, hey, you gotta turn this in. I mean, if this is truly where it's at, you need this money, we need those documents by the end of the month, if not a couple days into the next month, and then we'll go from there. And then I think in the future, we become a little bit more defined in terms of how we process those. But I think that's an area for improvement.
I think we definitely need to define it, and I think we definitely need to look into what we're gonna do for next.
But if there's an opportunity to move some of these students from institutional to federal. that's an easy one.
I think that needs to be done.
There is a component that we are not consistently using our federal work study. I mean, from year to year, we're underspending it, which means you will receive less of that.
Less and less.
So when you have that federal work study, which costs the college nothing, why are we not utilizing those, those students you would think would have the highest need?
Who would
That's
you
what
ask
that
that?
is.
I mean, is that the coaches that should be
They have
pushing
to-
that, or I would think?
I mean, it's identified, I mean,
As long as they do with FAFSA, I mean, that's where it's identified at.
We used to get lists of eligible students.
Do the students have that information? I mean, as
Yeah,
part of their
they have
enrollment
it.
packet, they're told you're
Yeah,
qualified.
you
to
don't all
get-
get the same amount.
Right,
either.
uh-huh,
It could be, somebody's only eligible for $50 a
right.
month.
Or do their family?
Yes,
the EFC,
And I do know financial aid has a one-on-one conversation with
Okay.
them. When they're seeing someone that is eligible for that, they're having that discussion with that student to say, hey, are you interested in federal work study, that kind of thing. And not every kid says yes. So,
And is there a corresponding list of what opportunities are out? I mean, it's not just in your major or whatever, right?
Right.
You can do it
I
wherever.
think that needs to be probably realigned and redone,
Yeah.
considering what you
Yeah,
just said.
because institutional work studies might not be available.
Well, and if it does become available again, we need to have guidelines to how many per and what I had to fill out a job description and that kind of thing, and I think that needs to be done.
Mhm.
And how many hours they would spend on each part of my job description.
Who monitors the work? I mean, do they report to their coaches or do they report to somebody else?
they
On the
report
work
to,
study.
the coach or whoever they do, like, we have a, we have a work study, even in the business office. And so it would just depend, and then they sign off on the timesheet and it gets turned into payroll.
I can tell you that I'm not comfortable with student athletes reporting to their individual coach.
Because they might not be doing the work and they're still getting paid.
It leaves us open
Yeah.
for someone to make that suggestion.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that anyone is doing anything
Right,
wrong.
yeah.
But it does open us up for someone to ask that question.
So who would monitor that? I mean, like when I was band director, who could tell whether they were, I could tell whether they were doing music festival for 2 hours and this kind of thing, or somebody else couldn't tell. How you gonna monitor then if they are not reporting to their coach?
The coach needs to,
You would still have a work study supervisor,
right,
it just wouldn't
But who would it
be
be?
it could be
whoever you're working.
It could go, at that point, you could go back to the athletic director, and then the athletic director would be the one signing off on it.
So,
That's the important piece is the sign off.
okay,
It's similar to.
Yeah.
Nepotism in a sense, I mean, not the same, but it's similar, obviously.
and yeah, I just wondered how you were gonna handle
So,
that.
yeah,
We need to get those things later on, I think.
I think the way that needs to work is that if athletics needs X amount of institutional work study positions, all of those go through the athletic director, and the athletic director is signing off on those that the work study.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that since you had a problem
Sure.
with that.
Sure.
Okay.
I think I just sum this up with, you guys have access to information that we don't see, and so, I think what we're all hoping is that these work study students for the rest of the spring semester be kind of a last resort. I mean, again, there's such difficult decisions, but, any other comments or questions before we move on? To item C, 5-year financial plan.
So I've got Carolyn working on a 5-year plan for the college. Basically what it looks at is it looks at historically where we've been over the course of the last few years, but then it also talks about what direction we're going to go and starts to set some general ideas of what we can expect in terms of potential increases, whether that be onto the to salaries or to benefits, or increases in tuition, increases in fees. I was hoping that, she would have that, completed, but she doesn't have that for you, so I'll have that for you at the,
Who's working on that?
Carolyn said,
Oh, okay.
she's working on it, of course. She's pulling some of the historical numbers, that we can see. So, again, hoped she would have that done, but I think she got pulled in a different direction. Which isn't hard sometimes.
All right. Last one under the discussion items, item D, administrative restructure.
So, one of the things that I took a look at was our administrative structure. And this was something that a lot of institutions are moving to. Ours is going to look a little different. But one of the things that institutions get dinged on a lot are when you have a lot of vice presidents. And so we previously have had 3 or 4 vice presidents. We're reducing the amount of administrators, administrative titles such as vice presidents, to make it a little more in line. Most of the time, what you see is, if you look at most institutions here of late, they have gone to what I would call like a provost model, where there's one senior vice president, so to speak, and then everything flows under that. What we decided is that anything that touches a student directly would go under the vice president of student development. That would include the faculty and faculty chairs, our efforts with the workforce development, medical programs, dean of students, and then dean of concurrent outreach and research. And so it's just a restructure. It's also to bring some salaries a little bit more in line with where with responsibilities. And so that was just something for you all. This would take effect with the new fiscal year starting July 1.
I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around this one. The vice president of student development, who's that now?
There is no one now. So
the vice presidents we have now will become directors.
they will become deans or associate deans, assistant or associate VPs, which would be under on that dean of students line, dean of workforce development, associate dean.
And pay would stay the same.
And pay would be reduced a little.
Pay would be reduced. Who are we going to hire a new person for that position?
We would do an internal search. I don't think that there would be a necessity to go external.
But still, it's another salary we're paying, you know, and we just talked about. I'm confused here.
Basically, what we would do is we would take the salary of one vice president and put it on that vice president. And so we would be lowering the other vice presidential salaries to associate or whatever the title would be, dean of students, dean of outreach, concurrent, those kinds of things. So we would reduce those as well.
Well, here we go with my experience. I know that those people made more money than I did teaching. So that's a pretty big chunk to add that position.
Which position?
Even if you take money from the others, it's still gonna be a pretty big chunk to fund that provost position.
No, it won't be.
It won't be?
Because basically, right now, as it started, when we started this year, we had 3 vice presidents.
One's gone.
One's gone, and so we would take that salary from that one and put it towards that position.
Okay.
And so then you would reduce the other 2 vice presidential roles. You would reduce those salaries.
And this person send them somewhere else, you're talking. Another title.
And
To a dean or a
Yes.
director.
yes, not a director. It would not be,
Oh,
it would not be there.
Okay, I have other questions. Are there other positions on here that I'm just, do we have a dean of workplace development now?
we have, someone who is serving in a role as, workforce development that oversees the efforts for CTEC stars and potentially BTEC.
Okay, so then you gotta realize I'm not a math person, but I'm looking at this chart and I'm going, okay, Dean of Workforce Development. Then you said to me they oversee CTEC and stars. So CTEC and stars, that's just the people that are employed there, right?
There's a director at CTEC and there's a director at stars.
And so the Dean of the Workforce is going to be monitoring that. Okay, that was another question I had. Another one, this is something I look at it and I'm going, I don't get it. Crawford County, in research and Miami County, do we have that right now?
So we do have a dean of Crawford County. We do have an institutional research or institutional effectiveness position, and we do have a dean of the Miami County campus.
So are you taking those and combining it into one?
Position?
Yeah.
No, we are keeping those. Well, I shouldn't say no.
Okay.
At this time, we are not.
How many
We
people
will
is that
look at
involved in Crawford County?
I'm sorry?
How many people is that involved in Crawford County?
Is that just Harley?
That's just the Harley.
Just Harley?
That's just the front end.
Yeah, because
Building.
CTEC would be under
Exactly.
the Dean of Workforce.
We have to have a CTEC director.
Yeah.
We don't have a choice in that one. That is required as part of the agreement with their CTEC foundation, and they pay,
They cover.
yeah, they cover that, so.
Oh, they cover that?
That one, yes.
Do they?
Yeah, they do, and portion of the.
That has all of our
Sorry.
CT and Excel courses at CTEC.
Well, I don't know. I was just confused. I hadn't heard the word provost before, because the only time I've ever heard provost is usually with the university.
It's the same model. It's the same model.
What's your title? Vice President, Student Affairs.
And the only two we have is Tom and Sonia right now, right? And you're gonna go become directors. If you don't become the provost.
Deans.
Deans. If they don't
Deans
become-
or
See, this is confusing.
deans or assistant deans or associate VPs, assistant VPs.
What about Miami County? I mean, is that profitable?
As it stands, there's some opportunities there for us to increase. And hence why I think there needs to be a little bit more of a focus that they start to pick things up there. I mean, if you think about it in these terms, we can't go west,
Right.
We can't go east,
Right.
We can't go further south because we've got that. We can't get into much further north of here. The only place that we can go is Paola, which has Paola, Spring Hill, Lewisburg, and so there's some opportunities for growth there. That's within our service area, but other than that, there's not much out there because we're landlocked. Essentially.
I have one more question. Sure. I'm having trouble wrapping around the provost thing. Is the provost, what's the job description exactly for the provost?
So it's the provost model. It'll be a vice president of student development. Student learning. The position description will include overseeing all of these functional areas that impact students. It is very key that we have some consistency in terms of how things are being done and how the student experience is flowing, if I can say it that way. So it's important that we minimize some of our administrators and administrative titles, because that's really the same work is going to be done. It's just not at the level that it is currently.
Okay, so I'm looking at the chart. So as I see the board of trustees, and then I see you report to us. that person reports to you.
Mhm.
And then everybody else reports to her or him?
Everybody else that's in those specific areas. Yes. But as
Specific areas, you're talking just student and academics.
student
Not talking-
affairs and academic affairs. yes.
Okay, so you're not talking about maintenance, you're not talking about business, you're not talking about anything else, just basically students and maybe the trades
Mhm.
and this kind of thing.
Anything that directly impacts the student experience.
Okay.
Ronnie, you keep saying provost, and you're talking about the vice president of student development, are
Right.
those the same?
Yes, yes,
And
it's the,
you are.
Well,
I'm vice president of student affairs at this point, which isn't on here. I would go down to the dean of students.
see, the chart does not have that in the right place, that's why I'm so confused.
it doesn't have,
I am the vice president of academic affairs.
it doesn't have what in reference.
The provost or the vice president of students, that should be. It should be over, because again, I say, I am not that abstract thinking. It should be there where those people are reporting up to them only, and we don't have. Because right now, it just looks like they're equal to the director of maintenance and director of operations and executive assistant.
There's a line under the vice president of student development that goes through to the
Yeah.
faculty chairs, dean. So all of those people that are on that upper level
Mhm.
all report basically to me.
Directly to you, okay,
Yes,
I got it.
and then anybody that's in the third level would
Goes to the
report,
second level.
to somebody
Okay.
on the second.
So, because I had it in my head, okay, provost, when I hear provost, I think of the universities where, man, that's the person that's just right below the president. And that's the person that everything goes to them before it gets to the president.
Gotcha.
So
No,
that's
it's
why I'm
just,
having trouble.
yeah, no. That was just for visionary to help
Okay.
people able to understand.
So transportation and print shop would be under director of business operations.
No, they would be on that, in that first box, foundation, Gordon Parks. Graphic design, logistics.
Logistics,
Yep.
design, okay.
Okay, I have another question. I'm sorry. When we're talking about, okay, like I'm really familiar with what Sonia does because that was my boss. Okay. In that case, the provost, will they be? What will Sonia do? I just wanted to ask that.
So,
You know?
Didn't know yet.
Oh, she didn't know yet, okay.
so Sonia's job would go back to, we have a tremendous opportunity with our concurrent courses. And so Sonia's job would go back, would essentially focus on that position. We also have some requirements for HLC, for all of our accreditation to monitor those events that are taking place. And so technically it splits her role to make her role more manageable.
So if she goes back to that.
If
or
she
what-
were to go back.
If
to
she's
that,
not the provost.
If she. were to
Okay.
go back.
What about Tom? What's his?
And the same thing, so that person would be responsible for a lot of our compliance things to make sure that we're following those. As you heard from the community, there needs to be an increase in our student life, student experience. So really, that role needs to focus on what are we doing for students and how does that look? Instead of trying to work through like all of our Title IX issues, and not that we have a lot, so don't.
So that person will go to the Title IX and the provost will have the Title IX.
They'll have some coordination of it. There will still be deputy coordinators, which would be the dean of students. And I think Julie serves as a deputy coordinator at this point, so.
That is a Title IX? Okay. Okay.
So it's divvying some of those up. I was just curious what. Right, there was a lot that was placed on those two roles to have to take care of. In addition to all the fires. So these two roles can continue to be involved in the day-to-day. And then the other piece can be doing a little more of the higher level things that something's gonna have to be done. Some ball's gonna drop if we're not careful. No, and that's not a knock on those two. It's just, there's only so many hours in the day.
Any other questions, feedback? All right, are we ready to move into action items? Starting on page 32, item A, consideration of John Deere certificate. Background, currently Fort Scott Community College offers the Associate of Applied Science degree in Agriculture Technology, John Deere. There are 21 freshmen, 17 sophomores, thanks to the excellent presentation we had here earlier. Although FSCC produced approximately 20 technicians annually, it's not enough to meet the increase in demand. I'm not gonna read all this because I think Kent and Dale did a great job of presenting that for us. So, we were considering a certificate C for John Deere, and the curriculum will focus on analyzing, diagnosing, and repairing John Deere equipment, including blah blah blah. They talked about all that. It is recommended the FSCC Board of Trustees approve the John Deere certificate as described. Second. You want to make a motion?
Yeah, motion.
Thank you. Okay, motion is done, seconded, it's been moved and seconded. Julie, we call for the vote?
Bartlesmeyer, Felix,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McKinnis.
Yes.
Rock.
Yeah.
Bailey.
Yes.
For that matter, I have the program of study, if you guys wanna look at it in terms of what it's gonna look like when we have adopted this program.
Oh,
That's great.
great, thank you.
This is what went through the curriculum committee and got accepted at K1.
No, we can't, take it to K-board till the board of trustees approve it.
Okay, that's.
Yes, so. We need to pull it up.
You want me to put it on there?
Yeah. If anybody has any questions, or whatnot. Done. That's the one.
This is what we're looking at, Sonia, this is
Yes,
for item
that's
B,
exactly what it is, yes.
this is for item B, or the one that we just did.
It's actually
both?
both of them,
Both,
because
okay.
certificate is.
I apologize.
You're fine, sorry, I combined it because the certificate, students have the option of either completing the
Gotcha.
certificate or, doing an associate. And, my name is Sonia Gubnani, and I'm the vice president of academic affairs, and I've been working with Kent and Dale, who did a really great presentation, so it's gonna be hard to follow those, footsteps, but just wanted to give you a background on what we've had before. So this is the Associate of Applied Science we have offered till now. And it's 67 credit hours, so students take 67 credit hours to complete their Associate of Applied Science. And it's spread over 5 semesters, so start in fall and they go through next year and finish this Associate of Applied Science. Now, through our advisory board meetings, we have had our John Deere dealership partners, and they have come and talked to us about doing something so that we can produce more students per year. But between the two instructors we had, the Associate of Applied Science, we were only able to produce 20 students every year. Maximum, that's what it was. And then due to attrition, sometimes it drops down to 17. So in the last past year, we've had multiple meetings with those people, and they're like, you gotta figure it out. And I'm gonna give credit to Ken and Dale, and they're like, okay, let's talk about doing a certificate. And especially when it's the first thing you want to do it in the nation, it's like, okay, we want to make sure we do it correctly, you know, so that it doesn't bounce back from the state. So the reason, these are basically the reason for our certification and revision of AAS, because when we do our certificate or we offer the certificate, we wanted to make the revision to our Associate of Applied Science so that it can be used as a stackable credential from the certificate. So if the student wants to just graduate with the certificate, they can do it within 3 semesters.
But if they want to come back and get their associate, it's gonna probably take one more additional semester for them to finish it. I know there were a lot of talks when we talked to them, we talked to John Deere dealership too, they were like, okay, if you're gonna offer this a certificate, why do you think the students are gonna come and do the Associate of Applied Science? And that's what our fear was, because we want our students to get that education. And then Kent, talked to Kent, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna pull the students who are in the program right now, and they pulled the students, and most of their students, they're like, if we had the option, even though they missed out on the opportunity, they're like, if we have the option, we would actually come back and finish our associate. So that was a good thing. The other thing we talked about with John Deere dealerships, they're like, we may be able to sponsor our kids, like pay them to go back to school for one more semester and get their Associate of Applied Science. And we have looked at in past years, there are so many students, when they are in high school, they're taking so many gen ed classes that when they come here, they may not need to take the whole semester, they can just graduate with an associate after taking one course, which he mentioned. The other thing which we are very proud of is that it's going to give our students an opportunity to graduate as a level 3 technician. So it wasn't there before, so that's what we are also incorporating. Sorry, I think that that's the wrong button. It's going to be less time spent in school and more time earning money. He showed you the figures, which were pretty good. I think I need to go back to John Deere school. So the current Associate of Applied Science is 67 credit hours, and what we are proposing is, that's why it's a certificate C. It's a 45 credit hours for the certificate, and Associate of Applied Science would be 62 credit hours. So, okay, I know it's yellowish a little bit. This is what the program of study would look like for the certificate. So they have 3 semesters. They're going to start in summer, and then after they finish their summer semester, they're going to go to John Deere dealership, the sponsoring dealership, and they're gonna do internship with them. There are 2 opportunities for them to do those internships. So one is after they they end their summer semester, and the second one would be once they end their fall semester. And by the end of the 3rd semester, spring semester, they'll have their John Deere technician certificate. The next one, the program of study for the revised Associate of Applied Science stays the same. We just added one more semester after that, the 4th semester, and that would be the gen ed courses. If they have not taken this courses ahead of time, or they are not taking it online, or while at the same time, they would have to take 17 credit hours of gen ed courses, and they'll get a certificate and Associate of Applied Science. And that's about it. Do you guys have any questions about the program or anything?
So this program is submitted to a board?
It will be. Once.
It will be.
Yes.
It will be. Okay. And when's that gonna be?
As soon as it's approved, because then I have to fill out the paperwork for K-Board, which is basically the CF1 form they require. So all the background, why we are doing it, what was the need, all our meeting minutes and everything, and just send it to them, and then it goes through the TEA meeting, and then it gets approved.
Okay.
It just sits there for 10 days for other colleges to make comments, and then
Okay.
And we are hoping to have this approved soon, so that the students who are on the wait list, they are going to start in June. So
Okay. Yeah, that was my next question. When's maybe the start time? This June, that's pretty fast.
Yeah.
I think Kent might have mentioned this. How long is the internship?
Internship, it's the occupational experience. If you look on the thing, it's 3 credit hours, and they have to do a minimum of 135 hours at the John Deere dealership.
So do they go work at the dealership?
That's what
kind
we
of
do.
during?
So because the summer semester is gonna end July 31st.
Right.
So our fall semester doesn't start till August 15th or so.
Yeah.
So they're gonna go and
Between
do
that.
that, but
Gotcha.
they won't be able to fit all the 135 hours in there.
Right.
So then we said that during fall, when they're taking classes, they don't have classes Friday or Saturday.
Uh-huh.
So they're gonna go back
Okay.
and finish those hours, so by the time they're done with their fall semester, they're done with the first internship. And the same thing between fall and spring, the Christmas break, over Christmas break, they can do some of the hours, and then the rest of them during the spring semester.
They could do an internship on my farm. And get that 35 hours quickly.
But you So do we.
Okay, any other questions for Sonia? Thank you, Sonia.
Hang on, one. Slide.
Yes. That's great.
So we already voted on item A, I stepped on Sonia's toe.
No, no, no.
I'm sorry about that. So item B is the consideration of the revision to the Associate Applied Science and Agricultural Technology degree. And the recommendation, it is recommended the FSCC Board of Trustees approve the revision to the Associate Applied Science and the Agricultural Technology for John Deere as described.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. When you're ready, Julie, call for the vote.
Hewens,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Rock.
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer.
Okay, item C. Consideration of heavy equipment operation program.
Is that also?
Yeah, sorry, can you take it up?
Yeah. That's fine.
That's.
That way.
Yeah. So I'm asking the board to approve the heavy equipment operation certificate, and just to give you guys a little bit of background. We already offer heavy equipment classes at our CTech and STARS location. And it started last year, 2022, we started offering those classes as part of our construction trades degree. So those are considered electives. If the students want to do it, they can do it. They can take those heavy equipment classes. But as we started doing those classes, we have students in the pipeline, and there was one girl who graduated, not really graduated, but finished all her heavy equipment classes. And by the time, actually before she completed all her classes, she was offered a job in Kansas City, which was a very proud moment for her. But she didn't get a certificate from us because we didn't have a certificate at that point. She just took the classes and they picked her up, and but she came back and talked to her teacher about that. So we thought, why not offer the certificate, because she is the first in her family to go to a college and graduate with a certificate, which we couldn't give her. So that's why we are now asking. It's not moving. Did I do something? Okay, so asking to offer the certificate, and we have expanded on some of the courses. It's not exactly the courses which we are offering right now. So this is basically the description and program outcomes, which we're gonna be teaching, because now it's a standalone program rather than part of the construction trade certificates, construction trade degree. So students can still take it, but if they just want to take these courses as part of the certificate, they can graduate with a certificate. So, and these are the program outcomes which we came up with in terms of, once the student graduate, they should be able to demonstrate the skills in these areas. So I can read it. The rationale behind having this program, secondary and post-secondary students wanting to attain a skill. Again, we want to have kids in the pipeline and getting a certificate as soon as possible. And there are some students at STARS as well as CTEC location, which are high school students taking these classes. And by the time they graduate from high school, they have their certificate and go to workforce directly. We are thinking that the long-term impact of this is going to be on multiple agencies. I mean, the school district in the area, Pittsburgh, Fort Scott, Jayhawkland, we have Prairie View, and there were 2 students who just came from Uniontown. And when they saw this program at STARS, they were so excited that they started the spring semester. Usually we don't start until fall, but they were so excited that they wanted to do this, the OSHA 10 and intro to craft skills, to just get into this program. Currently, we have 9 students at CTEC location and 11 students at STARS location, not including those 2 students. So yeah, pretty.
Quickly, that's.
Yes, and this is, we follow the NCCR curriculum, and after they graduate with the certificate, not only they get our certificate of completion, they'll get level 1 and level 2 credential from NCCR. So. And this is what the program of study would look like, but they'll be done in 2 semesters.
Are we able to go back and give her a certificate?
That's what we are hoping. Once it's all approved, we are gonna
She deserves it.
Absolutely.
Right.
And she has no idea, so yeah, we're gonna probably do that.
Are there any other opportunities like this to branch off of already what we're doing that's already just there? Looking into any of those?
Yes, we do offer, I mean, that's the good thing that we offer, most of them, we offer associate and certificates in all our CDE programs, so yeah, like we can absolutely. Other new programs,
That's great.
yeah.
Is this all done on the simulators or do they have some actual?
We had a grant and we got some simulators, but I mean, what I believe my faculty is amazing, because they go and talk to industry people and business people, and they are just getting them to use their equipment. So I mean, if they're not using it at their businesses, they would just bring it to our locations, and the students, when the weather, basically weather is good, then instead of working on the simulators, they would be working on those heavy equipment.
I'm gonna ask this question, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to speculate, but I mean, we're doing it south and we're doing it in Lynn County. What do we need to do to get it here?
I think when VTech starts, that is gonna be, this program is gonna be part of it, so yes.
Very good. Any other questions for Sonia? You got lots of good news for us today. This is all very exciting.
Yeah.
You've making me so happy because now I can take you to state. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Sonia. All right, it's recommended that FSCC Board of Trustees approve the heavy equipment operations program. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion.
Thank you, Ted.
A second.
Thank you, Chad. Been moved and seconded. Julie, are you ready? Please call the roll.
McInnes. Sorry, McInnes,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer, Hewens,
Yes.
Holt.
Yes. Okay. Before we move on to item D, does anybody need a break besides me? We've been here for 2 hours. I wouldn't mind having a 5-minute break.
Recess.
Seen a turkey leg got my name.
We need to recess for 5 minutes.
You got what?
We have to do this in church.
A turkey leg with your name on it?
Just not, I don't think you have to, I would just say recess.
We're just gonna take a 5-minute recess, okay? Thank you, guys. Come back to the city. We're at item D, review and approval of FSCC mission core values and vision statements. No changes. Everybody's had an opportunity to review it ahead of time. It's recommended the FSCC Board of Trustees approve the mission core values and vision statements as presented. Questions or? We have a motion.
I make a motion.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Julie, when you're ready, call for the vote.
Bailey,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer, Hewens,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Rob.
Item E, approval of 24-25 academic calendar.
So basically what we've done is that we moved back sometime in right around COVID. We went to the model where everyone left after Thanksgiving and did not return until after the new year, thus forcing us to start a little bit earlier. Talking with faculty and staff, that is a difficult thing because we lose students. We lose students who would have bounced back from the four-year institution, who go to K-State and decide, yeah, this isn't for me. Well, by the time that they have started, we've already certified our classes, or the students can't add. So we want to stay a little bit closer to be in line with what with other institutions so that we can get some of those students. Also, we are planning to pilot a 4-day class week. Is that right? A 4-day class week where the majority of classes are Monday through Thursday. I've talked with faculty representation, and they have agreed that there would be a Fridays would be kind of committee work day. A lot of institutions around us are doing it, and so we want to pilot it just to see what it looks like. It doesn't change what staff do. Staff would still be here Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, but just for students, gives them an opportunity to go home on weekends, get a job on Fridays. There will be some programs like CTEC and STARS that will stay on the 5-day schedule. But right now we have 2 schedules. We have one for the main campus and then one for like CTEC STARS. And so there's 2 distinct calendars. And so we're just condensing them all down to one. We still meet the necessary seat time that's been required, that's required through the state. This is just the academic calendar for the 24-25 academic year.
How will that impact athletics? Practice times and classes.
I don't.
What we've decided that we're gonna probably start a little bit early in the morning, because now we're gonna have to, either replicate what we do on Tuesday, Thursday, because we have usually, when we have a 5-day week, we have classes either Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Tuesday, Thursday. The Tuesday, Thursday are 1.5 hour long classes. So we're gonna probably have to replicate the same thing, for Monday, Wednesday, or some of the classes we will have to make hybrid. And they're meeting Monday, Wednesday, and for Friday.
It's Hewens.
They're doing so, because our committee, for the calendar committee, we had 3 staff members and we had representation from the athletic department. And that's what they decided, that they'll start early in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. And then most of the athletes will take classes in the morning, and they want to be done by 12:30 or 1, because they want to go eat and then go go to the weight rooms. I'm still gonna have to offer classes in the little bit afternoon, which is from 1 to 2 or 3 o'clock, because not all our students come to the campus in the morning, so it's gonna be, morning classes are gonna be focused for those athletic things, and later on for all the other students.
So lengthen your day to school.
Yes, we're gonna have to, yes.
It's like you're starting at 7:30 in the morning, so it's 7:30 to 9,
Mhm.
9 to 10:30.
Yeah.
10:30 to noon.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's only 3 classes.
Yes, but it's gonna be 3 classes, Monday, Wednesday, and 3 classes Tuesday, Thursday. And then, like I said, we're gonna have to do it afternoon classes as
Yeah.
well, because we can't offer everything during that.
So you're gonna start at 7:30 in the morning?
Mhm.
That's
That's. Before 4-day week, Labette has already gone to 4-day week, and Independence have done it as well.
But they're not next semester, because or this semester they're not.
Okay,
I
and
checked it out.
Alan is talking about it. I'm not sure for next year. They are thinking about it.
I can guarantee you, I don't know how they're gonna get in the weight room and stuff. If they do it like they did before, they'll be in there like 5:30 in the morning. Then they come straight to their 7:30 class. And believe me, you don't want to teach that class.
wow.
It smells, but it's even worse by
Yes.
noon. I'm being honest. And they don't get to eat breakfast because you're packing 3 classes in there. And then on top of that, getting up for 5:30 or even 6 for practice, they're dead by the time they get to a 9 o'clock class. My grades, I actually looked at my grades again, and they're low compared to the times they did. So I just want you to be prepared for that. 'Cause
Absolutely, and I think this is just, I'm gonna say pilot for this year to see how our classes goes, and if it fits our students' need. If not, I'm sure we'll go back to.
And also from a faculty's viewpoint, don't make that Friday meetings every Friday, because they're in class a lot longer during Monday through Thursday. And we were dying because they decided, oh, well, let's have more classes, we'll have more committee meetings, we'll have, it's like,
Yes.
you've got to stop. Also, be aware your students are gonna have difficulty having access to your instructors because they're in class.
Mhm.
So I just thought, I kind of wanted to tell you.
Yeah,
Those
that's
are
why,
things from back from the olden days.
yeah, and that's why I think Friday, it's like, okay, office hours, and
Yeah,
I know
and
a
they-
lot of faculty do their grading and,
Yeah.
all that stuff, so that's why, I mean, it just, that's for meeting days, but yeah, they can do it for whatever, but I know my faculty stays later, they're here all the time to make sure that they are caught up on everything.
So how much is going online? I mean, that's, that just changed everything. I mean, as far as things online, and it's not like when we used to go, to school, like, it's changed so much, so we gotta keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
So.
Some of your athletes will even take all online. classes.
Absolutely, yeah, that's another,
It's not
so we are making sure there is a balance of this, because there are some students who don't wanna take online classes, so we wanna make sure that they have the option to take face to face, and then we're gonna do online, because right now our online enrollment is high,
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, that the athletes who are sitting there are there.
They go to sleep all day and work on their class whenever they get up, so. After practice, yeah.
It has been difficult to recruit in our southeast Kansas area because of the amount of schools that have went to a 4-day week. And so this was the first fall, in October, we go to a bunch of college fairs and everything. And we're the only one in southeast Kansas that wasn't at least talking about this. And they said it was very popular to hear, well, if I can go 4 days a week here, why would I want to get 5 days there? And so it does make sense on that standpoint when you're looking at from a recruiting standpoint.
And we do attract students from like 50-60 mile radius, that's another thing, they would rather come here 2 days a week or 4 days a week rather than a week a week,
Yeah.
so that's another.
Yeah, because I got on and looked and I saw only Labette County, but that doesn't mean the others were talking about it.
No, Alan is talking about, Labetia is there.
No, they weren't this semester.
This semester, no.
Did they? I wasn't, I like the course schedule. They all started normal.
No, maybe
That's
I
fine.
said this semester. they went back.
Oh, yeah, they went back to 5. Have you visited with Labette to see what problems?
I
they
have,
Good.
actually, I did, because I wanted to make sure before we did that, I was like, how is it working for you? And they're like, our faculty likes it and our students love it
They
because
didn't
they,
increase it for them.
they are saying, yeah, their students are happy. And I think this is their second year, they did that. they piloted it last year, and that's how they started, and they're even thinking about it, it's like, let's make it 4 days a week for faculty and staff as well.
For 1 year and it was gone.
Okay,
So
when was it?
huh?
When did we have the 4 days?
Dr. Childers was our dean of instruction, so
Mhm.
I can't remember, it's back there always.
2000.
Yeah, it was in the 2000s. Regina came in 09. Regina didn't do it.
Not, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, came in 09, so it would have been prior to 09. Yeah. So it'd been prior to that. It's been many a year ago. So things have changed.
Mhm.
It was when they were predicting really high gas prices
Okay.
and we realized that a lot of our students were, you know, non-campus residents.
Last year.
Yeah, it's like cheers. So, yeah, and gas shortages and stuff, and so they went that direction.
Jim, you've piloted a 4-day work week, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Any other
I got it
questions?
down to 6.
Questions or comments? Anyone move to approve the calendar?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Been moved and seconded.
Bartlesmeyer, Hewens.
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Roth.
Yes.
Bailey.
With misgivings, yes.
Item F. Approval of bank signer resolution. Following is a resolution identifying approved signers for bank accounts associated with Fort Scott Community College, the booster and the foundation. It's on page 39. Dr. Hayward, do you have anything you want to comment on that?
No, it'd be Gina.
Oh, great. I mean, at the end of the day, there's some things you should be approving as part of your minutes. It makes it easier to do the audit. We've had a number of transition, and so some of our accounts only had one person left on it. And so a lot of banks, particularly with all the regulations, prefer to have something in writing and oftentimes have to provide the minutes as well. So that is the intent of this, is just purely to say, these are the people that are authorized.
So it's kind of a checks and balances.
Yeah, it is really.
Right, okay.
So for the college, we have Dr. Kegler, Marcy Myers, Gina Shelton, Marlene Breaker, and a board member as appointed by the board. And then for the booster, we have Dr. Kegler, Luke Demko, Gina Shelton, and for the foundation, Jerry Witt, Dr. Kegler, Gina Shelton. Does the board want to appoint someone to be a signer on the college bank account? Somebody.
Ideally you would, just so that there's continuity. You know, and as far as that goes, and you guys are the actual owner.
Who's on there now?
Right now it's John,
John?
and so.
Well, I just think that that's an old thing, then the president should be.
And then that's okay, as long as you.
Is
don't
that a
have- I have
conflict of
had
interest,
presidents
though?
in the past who could not, but just
Yeah.
because of preference.
I think maybe we just leave it as
So-
John. Let's see
Oh,
a reason to change it.
Yeah,
I'm going to leave John.
yeah, he's not here.
But he is.
That's the time.
And it doesn't have to be a liquid signature, so we just use a stamp for him, so that would.
You don't even have to get a new stamp, right?
Oh, no, well, the other one, we had to cut off the other names, because we are physically signing. Other than that,
Oh,
signature.
okay.
That was
Okay.
something that the auditors even brought up,
Okay.
so.
Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, for a motion to approve.
So move.
I second.
Thank you. Julie, can you call for the vote, please?
Hewens,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
McInnes.
Yes.
Roth.
Yeah.
Bailey.
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer.
Items for review. Card here? Yes. Got a thank you card. From Nolanda Crane. I want to thank you for the beautiful peace lily and honor of my father-in-law Russ. Our family truly appreciated this kind gesture. Good. All right. Moving on to reports. Item A, Higher Learning Commission.
So one of the reports that you will see on an annual or a monthly basis will be reports from the Higher Learning Commission committee that meets. So Higher Learning Commission is our accreditation body that provides us with the ability to certify all of our coursework. It is important that, again, as a board, as a peer reviewer, it's important that the board is engaged in this process and not just tell me what I need to know when I need to know it. So we will begin providing you with updates. Last week we met, so basically we have a new process for this. And it's a different way of looking at it. And I think the people who are participating in it, I think they seem to enjoy this method. But basically what we're doing is we're looking at each of the 5 criterion and we're talking about what are the things that the college does to demonstrate it. And so then it's more collaborative. So there's probably a dozen of us in the room that are sitting there looking at criterion 1, trying to determine what does the college do to support this particular criterion, these particular functions. And so we met last week, we did criterion 1, we'll meet tomorrow with criterion 2. And so we're meeting every couple of weeks. Typically what has happened, what some institutions have done is that at the 9th hour, the 12th hour, right before the document has to be submitted, some people lock themselves in a room and they write the whole thing. Well, we're going to write this over the course of the next 18 months so that it's everyone's document, not just myself and the administrative team. This will be it's truly a collaborative effort. Sarah Sutton is co-chairing that committee. She's not here today, or she would be providing her own report. But the committee has met twice. We met in December, and then we met last week, and then we will meet every other week to get through this to write the best possible document. There are some things that the committee identified that we need to revive. As going through the first part, there's some things that we're like, oh, we haven't done this, so we'll start that process as well. But it's a good opportunity for us to really take a holistic approach and collaborative approach. So it's not just one group of people who are working on this. This is the college's document. This is not the administrative team's document. It's their responsibility, but it belongs to the college. And so we hope to be able to put our best foot forward with that.
This is an accreditation, right?
It is for,
and it is so it'll be here in 2026,
October of 2025, October 13th and 14th of 2025. There will be an opportunity for them to meet with the board. There will be a meeting with the board members and our HLC peer review group, where they will ask you guys questions. Well, and that's so mainly it's about process and how do we do things. And so that's one of the reasons why you're doing the things that you did earlier in the meeting and some of the subtle changes that we are embarking upon. Maybe not so subtle or something.
All right, item B, Gordon Parks Museum.
Kirk submitted his in your packet. I know that he is actively working on the museum celebration, the Kansas Museum Conference that's here in November, in addition to what he's doing with the Gordon Park celebration, but he's getting after it, so we're happy for him.
And the conference he's bringing to town is just unreal.
The museum conference.
Yes, it's gonna be such a boon to Fort Scott.
Yes, they were in Hayes this past fall, and I guess because of the work that Kurt did, they continuously talked about, well, next year when we go to Fort Scott, even when they were sitting in Hayes. So that's an area of pride for the college, I think.
Well, I think Kirk's an excellent ambassador, not just for the college, but for our entire community, and he does a great job. Okay, item C, foundation.
So one of the things that I've asked is for the foundation board to come, quarterly to give you guys an update on the things that they're working on. In the absence of them today, because they weren't scheduled to be here, but, we did have a meeting. They did pledge their support for the college. I indicated in the form of a donation. They have also agreed to, help us with the funding of the foundation director position. And so they are going to, so that gives us the opportunity to begin to hire for that position. At this point, it's a blank slate in terms of if that person's going to be full-time, whether they're going to be part-time, whether they're going to be remote, whether they're going to be, that position is going to have some flexibility based on the person. Or person that interview based on their needs. But we hope to get someone in to kind of help foster that relationship between the foundation and the college. Again, they have committed to being more of a supporter and partner with the college, and so we're excited about that.
I'm not just saying this because she's in here, but talking about the foundation. I mean, Sarah Smith has done, in my opinion, has done a great job being visible in the community. I see her at the chamber coffees all the time, and she's really taken some ownership of this process, even though it's not necessarily her title to do so. Done a great job. So
Yes, yes.
item D, administration reports.
Luke is not here today, and I did not get his report, so we will move on.
I did submit a report in your packet and you're all fatigued, and so I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Just some highlights. We have students back here for January, and student services team is happy to have the hallways filled again. Our office is filled again, candy disappearing from all of the jars that we have out. And they're a great group. All of us in student services, certainly have students' hearts in mind, and they're doing an excellent job. Just making sure that the beginning part of the semester, we're identifying students who are struggling with something, whether it's homesickness, food insecurities, whatever it is. They do an excellent job trying to get out and visit with students that we can get in and out. So they do an excellent job, and I'm grateful for every one of them, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have on the report.
On Genzabar, can you refresh us on what the timeline is for that?
Ben?
Ben?
2025. Our deadline date is the first week of July 2025. We did have multiple areas on campus last week who were in all-day trainings for J1. And so it's going to be a fantastic, wonderful thing for us that is about 20 years overdue. And it will solve a lot of our issues on campus as far as communication to our students from different departments, communication between departments without having to code talk. And so they're Ben and Courtney in the registrar's office is doing an excellent job keeping everyone on task. There is an incredible amount of information that has to be communicated to different departments, and they're doing an excellent job on that.
Questions for?
Okay, in addition to my update in the board packet, I think the other things we have done is we submitted the Kansas Gas Service Grant application to Kansas Corporation Commission because it's part of a heavy equipment program. They want our students to learn about training related to natural gas pipelines, safety and underground utilities, so that they mark before they date. And with this part of our curriculum, so we were able to submit that grant. I've been attending Perkins meeting, and I'm very proud to say that our Perkins program is working very well. We are in a consortium with 3 other colleges, Independence, Allen, and Pitt State, and our college. And Ben, excuse me, can you stand up, Ben? I want to give kudos to Ben because he has single-handedly completed the CLNA document, which is our comprehensive local need assessment document, which is due every 2 years, and we have to identify the strengths and then address the gaps which are in our CTE program. We just completed it, we plan to submit. It is due February 1st, right?
That's right.
So yeah, it's done. And he had to get the information from all the other colleges, and he is putting all that information together and submitting it to the state. And probably they'll do it by tomorrow or day after, right? Okay. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it. The other thing is our nursing program, since it's unconditional approval, we've been working towards the strategic plan. I've been meeting with Vicky and Dorcas. We are meeting weekly to make sure we are on track, and we are doing everything but we said as part of the strategic plan. We have created a student organization, and we are gonna, the faculty and Vicky and I would be meeting with that student organization monthly to address their needs, or if they need the feedback to work on that. Kansas State Board of Nursing had required us to submit a document by January 31st. So we are working on that, and probably it's going to be submitted today or tomorrow. Purpose is working on that, gathering all that information.
Now that the strategic plan you're talking about.
The strategic plan was we submitted, and then we went to the KSBN meeting in December. That's the time we had submitted it. So as part of the strategic plan, they had asked us for documentation, and which the document, we had an ASIN visit from ASIN in 2020, and they wanted to know what was the details of that ASIN visit and provide all the documentation. So that's what we are sending it to them.
Sending it on the by the 31st.
Yeah, by 31st. And we have the strategic plan we created. We basically put for every month what we're going to be accomplishing as part of that strategic plan, and they want us to be at their board meeting. The education board meets every quarter, so they want us to be there. So we'll be probably going in March to tell them that, yeah, how much progress we have made on it. But we are doing it monthly. As soon as they send us something, we send it back. I also reached out to one of the instructor from Donnelly College because she was part of the review, and they were very helpful. They wanted our program to succeed, and they wanted to know how they could help. So I reached out to her, and she's so nice. She's ready to basically share her remediation package for our students who were not successful. So yes, we are getting great help from them. So I feel excited about that. The other thing I submitted to Cable was a concurrent enrollment report. It is due every year, January 31st. So I just submitted it last week. The other thing I submitted to Cable was the revised system-wide Gen Ed packet. When we have this finalized, I'm probably going to bring it to the board. What Cable is doing is they're asking all public institutions in the state of Kansas to create a general education pathway for our students. So if they take those 34 to 35 credit hours and they go to a university, they can't pull the curriculum apart and say, hey, you have to take this course. So which is going to be very, very beneficial to our students. So we had submitted that last year. They opened it for revision, and I submitted that revision. So hopefully when that gets approved, I'll probably bring that to this committee. Enrollment is done full-time and concurrent. And the last thing I have is working on math pathways, because we have to decide the math pathways for our degrees, and which needs to be implemented by fall of 2025, but we are working on that already so that we figure out how we want to advise our students. You guys have any questions for me?
Thank you, Sonia.
Are you pulling it up?
No, discuss that with them and then we'll get to your presentation. Okay. So just as far as departments that flow through my area, Tech has been working really hard on Burris Hall, which is typically where your board meetings would be. And we just had a little bit of delay there, not on their part with the contractor. And so we'll be here for a while until that's finished up. This room is actually built, from my understanding, pretty good for this type of thing. And so it's a natural that we can overflow over to here. And then they were able to get a lot of work done between that switch of the semester and the places that they couldn't get into. And we were able to meet with the nursing staff this week as we looked at that lower level of Dick Hedges building. So that way we could try to plan ahead and see what was needed as far as from their side to thing. The bookstore, they've gotten through their first set of that big account book. We are going to move the postage machine over there, and that seems like a small thing, but there are a lot of functions that are going through that business office that quite frankly, we just starting from scratch or needing to tweak. And so that will allow us to clean up some concerns that we've been having as far as mail and sending things out, is by putting that into that thing, into that space. In addition, there's the capacity there. Christine has been great as a store manager as far as being able to help with the business functions with just to help me out basically. So financial aid, if you have a student that might be needing that tonight at the high school, is there your face, I assume?
That was oh shoot, I forgot about that.
Yeah, tonight for you know, at the high school, there is a FAFSA night, and our financial aid department will be there to help students as well. We saw a lot of kids that first week of school. So not that I was here first semester, but my understanding is usually by that second semester, you would see a lot less kids because they've already done that work on the first half of the year. We still saw a lot of them. I had a kid in my office this week where we said, let's just check it and see if you qualify, because they didn't think that they did. We walked them down there, they qualified for that Pell, and we're able to take care of that bill pretty easily. So sometimes I think it's just that communication piece that we're missing. Hopefully by next year, not hopefully, by next year, several things will flow better in place. We did a huge push this semester as far as enforcing the policy that students pay their bills or else we would have to drop them. And that may sound harsh from an outside perspective, but that policy has been in place for a while. It's just not been enforced. I didn't know I had an option when I came out here to school to pay my bill. So I think our responsibility as a college becomes, how do we help those kids know that? And what's that process so that they're not blindsided?
So do we tell them what the payment plan is, or do they come in and say, here's what I can do this month and next month? How?
So that's an electronic payment plan. So when they log into their Gizmo, and luckily I have a kid out here, so we were able to use him as a tester sometimes. So they're able to go on there, and then once they get into that Gizmo, it's pretty self-explanatory. You pay now or you make a payment plan. And once they get into that payment plan, it's all electronic. We can't set the payment plan up for them. They need to do that because it is a loan agreement. At the end of the day, those are things that you're entering into and signing off on. So it would not make sense that the college be able to set up payment plans on behalf of the student. You know, I mean, that's would be a concern. And so we threw a whole bunch of different options of payment plans out there this year, as far as spread it over 10 weeks, spread it over 4 periods. We opened those up early in December so that they could go ahead and get in there before the semester started. So ultimately what we asked them to do was set up a payment plan, make sure your financial aid's done and it's coming, or you're going to pay your bill. If you don't have those resources and you want to just pay it in full, you pay it in full. And we had people that did that. You know, I think that we forget sometimes that there are people that they're fortunate that have money set aside for college. But some of those kids are also the ones that aren't thinking about, oh, I need to pay that bill now and not until November, which is what we saw a lot of last year. Was the process smooth? No, we've got things to do to it. And that's okay.
Well, and that was part of the reason to do it now, because your group is less. I mean, it impacts less students because most all of that's already been set up from the fall. So the springtime would have been the most ideal. In the fall, it's going to be pretty hectic, and to roll that out for the first time, our staff wouldn't have had a chance to see where some of the kinks. And so it was ideal to do it now.
And I will say that the text was the most effective. That's what we learned, is the text was the most effective.
So if they show up in class the first day, they have already set up their payment plan. Do we know that? See, used to, sometimes they'd show up and by the end of the week, we get a note to say, send them to business office. And they go to the business office and then come to find out they hadn't set up a payment plan or hadn't paid their, and they was taken care of at that point.
Okay.
They'd already been to class for 2 or 3 sessions, but by that point, and then it's like, here's your day. We're calling you in. Let's get this decided now.
And I hope that we can get to that piece next year. I mean, if anything's the weak link right now, it's me and Beast. I had no training at all on that before everybody exited.
Yeah.
And so I've had to learn some of that. And that's fine. I can figure it out next time. So
I just didn't know whether we just.
no, I mean, we had an internal list that we were sharing. I think it just needs to get done. Like, there's things that we can work on sooner and work ahead.
Yeah. Well,
And then there's things that we can also list on that list to help us communicate.
we didn't know what it was. We just
Yeah.
we just given the email say this person, but yeah, we knew what it was.
Right.
But but then that was taken care of, and the student saved face, and also, the student had already been here. And if they go through a week of classes, they're pretty much, hey, I'm here. We had discussed one time in a meeting, I know, of, if they haven't made a plan before 2 weeks before school starts, then we drop them. And it was like, whoa, that gave them a chance to go somewhere else. And that was we lost a lot of hours with that. We stopped that one.
And we don't want to do that, but at the same time, I think there is a component of, let's help them understand that, because that's part of education itself too. We're preparing them to be adults in the world, or to be productive citizens, like that is a component of that education sector.
And freshman orientation covered in there.
Yes, and so there's things again that we can tweak and make better to help with that process, so it's not quite as scary for everybody.
So, coming from the high school, what did Alice Foundation, do they allow anyone from the Fort Scott County to be a college? And is it paid for?
They used to, but I thought they changed that at one point. For some reason, I thought that was switched to 4-year. Is that right? The Ellis Foundation Scholarship?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
We have, do you still?
We match their scholarship actually. It's $500. We match it, but it's a last dollar scholarship, so not very many students actually get it.
So Gina, ideally, this can all be done without anybody stepping into the business office, right?
Oh, they absolutely can. Yeah.
Okay, and so you mentioned the text was real effective. What are the options for notifying people? Hey, I mean, is it an alert on your phone? You get a text message when you log into your account,
So and that's kind of been, I think I've said this several times, like, how do we get the kid to know?
Yeah.
My Nix of the world to know. Like, right now, if you go into that Gizmo dashboard, I mean, it tells you right on that front page, this is how much you owe.
Yeah.
I think J1 will help a lot with the presentation of what that looks like, because to me, it kind of looks a little antiquated. But secondly, I think you have to make that Gizmo, I've always been told, like, what's in it for them? If the only thing that's in that portal is really like my grades or my bill, like, are you gonna go in to do it?
Right.
So is there a way to put stuff in there so they want to go do that?
Yeah.
I mean, we ran into that with our employee portal at the school, like, until you put stuff in there for the employee to want to log in and go in there and look at that stuff, then we're gonna do it. I mean, so you have to get to a point where you have to look at it from their side of things, what's in it for them to push them to go to that. I think there's some communication, like PR type stuff that we can do. The first batch, which much larger, I think we had an initial batch of maybe 800, narrowed it down to 250, and then narrowed it down from there. We're kind of limited on how many texts at once, is my understanding. And so we sent an email out, and that did catch a pool of kids that came in and reached out to us. Sometimes they just needed to know how to get in their gizmo. And I think sometimes we take for granted that those kids know how to do that.
Yeah.
Or there's, again, that kid in the world that thinks they don't qualify for a Pell because the year before they didn't. But oh, your dad's self-employed, so this year you might,
Right.
you know, or, so again, I think that's, you know, if we do exit surveys with kids, these are the kinds of things we should probably be finding out what works with them and what doesn't.
Do we do exit surveys?
Well, I've heard kind of not, maybe, I don't know.
What exit surveys as a true exit survey, I don't think we do an exit survey.
Really, capstone is the assessment, and that's like the entire time at FSCC.
So
This spring, we will do like a student survey that, you know, is kind of a student success survey. In a couple of those questions on there, whether it's an Olevitz or an institutional survey, it does kind of center around, you know, their comfort level of some of the services that we offer.
How many employees do you have with all this payment of fees and stuff?
How many employees, I like it.
How many people are handling all the payments and stuff and working out all
So,
that?
we have a cashier, and she does a great job. And she is busy nonstop.
Yeah.
So, and then we have the accounts payable clerk also knows how to do it, and then the former. So before the year is done, everyone in my department will know how to be a cashier.
Gotcha.
Because, I mean, I truly believe in cross training, and for when we have 10 kids come at once, like, that's what we need to be doing, we need to be there to serve them.
Gotcha.
So, including myself, because I don't know how to take a bill at this point, so, you know, that everybody needs to learn, like, and I know even Marcy said, just tell me how to do it, I'll do it, like, and that's the attitude that we need right now, so. Other things in the business office, for those of you that don't know, January is probably by far apparently the busiest month because I learned how to do 1098Ts this month, which was not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but again, had to go out. Kids can get access to those via, there's a link on our website under resources. It also has the ability on their Gizmo, but I think it's not quite updated yet to show them their 2023. So in addition to that, we're working on finishing 1099s and W2s. I will tell you, this is the latest in my entire career that those things have ever brought out. I always had those things done before we went to break, is ultimately. So as far as bills wise, and keep in mind that we did have a large amount of students sign up on payment plans. For this semester, I'm showing you balances of $1,135,000 at this point. So we still have some collections out there to receive, which at this point, it's not problematic. Because when we looked at cash flow for the next 6 months, you know, we estimated that and anticipated that some of those were not going to hit until February and March and April. I will tell you that we purposely set those payment plans where none of them go past April. In the past, some of them even ended after school was out. So that, to me, before they're done with that class, those bills need to be paid. And then from first semester, we still have almost $200,000 worth of bills that we've not collected from students. So again, we're not trying to be harsh, but if we don't collect those things, then we can't continue to provide opportunities to everybody.
Were those people allowed to re-enroll?
No, you have to have your balance. There's a rule. You had to have your balance under $500 in order to enroll.
Okay.
So, but the bad thing is because, I will say twofold, not to make excuses, but, our voice system has really limited us as a college. It truly has. In the area, not only of the student side, but on the accounting side and on the billing side. It's not good. And so when you're getting, it's so hard to pull information out or to generate bills that make sense or have to make corrections on bills, then you're spending all this time doing this instead of going out there and finding out how you meet the good kids. A lot of those large bills that are in that 200,000 or $200,000 range, which they're not in each kid that much, but those kids were stayed in our dorms, were on a meal plan, etc. So we paid out potentially meal plans, which are not cheap. We pay about $15,000 a week to Great Western. And then we turned around and we have paid out housing. So if our housing was completely full, and that was not the, you know, that would be one thing, but our housing isn't even full, and then we're also potentially paying out some rent on some outside units. So there's just some things there that, again, if you could catch it earlier, then you could turn around and make some adjustments, because then you're at least limiting your loss. You're aware vendors did start receiving notices with all of the checks that we're mailing, and we'll do that for the next 2 months. They need to have an approved purchase order on hand before they charge the Fscc accounts. So over the break, we processed about $30,000 to $40,000 worth of bills where there was no PO set up. We can't operate like that, and that's how we've been operating. And so this going out and buying stuff, and then we're going to ask permission later, or we did a verbal permission, is not going to happen anymore. We can't function and make smart decisions when we get to a number and then we say, oh yeah, but I've got another $50,000 of food bills out here.
So what's the turnaround on those POs? Let's say if I put a PO in for music for band, okay, how long will it be before I get permission to order that?
So it just depends somewhat on your approval, like who all it has to go through. For me personally, I'm doing them every day. In the past, it was twice a week, and I understand having a system, but for me, I just prefer to do it every week.
Okay.
So that way.
Now, you have to go through my immediate supervisor
Right,
first. Yeah.
but like Sonia's great. I mean, like, which I'm not to point you out, you're the one that's purchasing, right? Because you have instructional supplies, but she's really good about like weeding out the ones that don't need to purchase right now. But our instructional has been great. So that shouldn't take as long. I think the turnaround's been longer in the past.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be that long.
But what you're saying is a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, truly, it really needs to be pretty fast.
So that's maybe the truth of these.
Yeah.
So that's good.
And so what we've also done, sorry, and I'm way too long.
No, you're not.
So we have gone through and asked the different departments, and then also our maintenance department. We wanted them to go through and set up POs through the rest of the year. So if we have a contract with Johnson Controls to do our inspections on our fire alarms, when we do that contract at the beginning of the year, you should set up that PO for them through June 30th. Because at the end of the day, we've committed to that at that point. It's one thing to have a budget and then turn around and take off that budget. We have 20,000 in instructional supplies. And of that 10,000 is going to go to purchase from school specialty and 10,000 to whatever. But when you are committing to a contract, number one, they have to all go through Dr. Pigler. And two, you need to put that aside. And so we didn't have that. So they have done that with all of our maintenance agreements. They've gone through and done that. We've done that with our lease agreements, the ones that we're paying rent on. And we will do that with those COPs. So that all of that stuff, when you end up finally getting reports that are out there, when you see that there are purchase orders out there, that's going to be reflective of everything that's in the current month as well as through June 30th. There's some things you can't set up a PO for, right? That far out. It doesn't make any sense. Utilities are one of those things. Those are things you just estimate. But when you sign a contract, then put the stinking PO in place so that we're not trying to guesstimate where we are and how much we have left. And the other component of that is, quite frankly, I'm not familiar enough with your guys' expenses yet. I've tried, but again, like I swear when we change out of that poise thing, like I feel like we're all gonna have like a burning party or something because it is the most horrendous accounting system I've ever seen. And so it's incredibly hard to get information out of a system where you're looking at it by period and things like, I mean, it's just really not that good.
Is that on their brochure?
It's horrendous accounting for what we pay. I would pay 15 grand at the school and I could have rated you a report in a second.
But are we staying with one?
It is J1, so it is an upgraded. So poise, my understanding was developed before we even born.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so, and I'm young, but I'm not unbelievable. So, like, but truly, if I was trying to run these to try to get different expenditures. And I was trying to track down something that was wrong. I literally had to go into every period. And then I have to get back to a menu and then type into another menu screen. It's really, really cumbersome. And it makes it really inefficient to gather information. We did bring payroll in-house this month. We've got some kinks to work out, some things like that. But as far as overall, I think we will be less stressed and it will be more efficient going on. And again, that is an expense that we should not be paying $1,675 a month for. And so I think that that is going to give us, quite frankly, some efficiencies that we'll gain in payroll. And then hopefully, eventually we'll have an electronic time system and the paper timesheets will go away. The only other thing I'd say is two things. Is I really appreciate the staff being patient as I learn everything. It's been a challenge, like I'm not gonna lie. Not that I'm not working, because I am, but I appreciate whenever it's been supportive and that kind of thing. I did put in front of you two treasurer's reports. So one is just for the month ending January 2024. We will go back and bring those probably from once the audit comes in and we make those adjustments. Then I'll give to you a July, August, September, October, so that the board has seen every single one of those. Quite frankly, that's not good in audit. The board hasn't seen the reports. Like that's not, and you guys shouldn't be operating in the dark. The second one is a flipped page, other than Dr. Kegler's, because apparently he doesn't like the print on the back, which accountant talk is always going to be two-sided. But anyway, that report, the first side of that is treasurer's report for the year ended January 2024. Now, so keeping in mind that you are accrual basis, right? I mean, you kind of operate like a cash basis entity, but then you make adjustments at year end to bring you into a GAAP accrual basis. That's why there's a line that says AR/AP difference. Because at the year end, your cash says one thing, but then you turn around and you have receivables out there and you have payables out there. Your encumbrances don't, which is your payables, don't come out of your cash balance. What I would have you look at is really the backside, the little patchy, and I know it's small, but we'll work on that. So if you look at Fscc funds, because that's the other component you have institutional funds and you have grant funds. And so when you look at Fscc funds, at the end of 6/30, now that is before any adjustments for accounts payable or accounts receivable, but I will tell you that that was not in your favor. You had $7,385.10 at the end of June 30. So when we talk about why you have no cash, you have no cash because we spent it all last year. So I don't want to get on Dr. Kegler's because he's got several, I don't want to mess up any of your presentation. Because I know he's got some detail to share. Thank you. Do you want me to cut off there?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll let him finish up on his presentation because he's got a little bit more of the why. But I don't know. I think that's it for me.
This is excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your patience. I know it's been kind of a lengthy one, but I think the information has been good for you, for the community, for all of us. And so thank you for your patience. We will try to keep this thing moving. Okay, so here's my report for January. So obviously last Wednesday, we had a community conversation where we invited community members to come out, happened in this room. Just a brief recap, but also some other information that I don't think we shared as part of that conversation, just because of the general direction of the conversation and where it was going. So what is it that we know? We know, as Gina had just talked about, that our bank statements had not been reconciled since the start of the 24 fiscal year. Okay, we've overpaid scholarships. We talked about that that evening, but we have overpaid our scholarships, both athletic and academic. And the important piece of that is no allocation from the expenditure side. So we didn't put that money on this side to say we're going to pay for it on the other side. We just gave it to the other side with no way, with no support. Okay. Student receivables have historically ran higher than our auditors typically prefer. So one of the first conversations they had with us, even before they left campus, was that, hey folks, your student receivables, so the amount of money that your students still owe you is way higher than what we're used to seeing. Again, one of the reasons why we went to the non-payment, we decided to enforce that, the non-payment piece. Dependence on financing and lease options. We make reoccurring payments to various vendors when it's probably cheaper for us just to go ahead and buy it. It might cost us more on day one, but on day 100, we're probably better off. But we've gone with the financing or the lease option, which has become problematic for us. Obviously, the audit is ongoing, and the other piece that we need to factor in is our decline in enrollment. Okay, the decline in enrollment has been pretty significant, and I showed the board this back in October at the October board meeting. If you see, since 2016, we've trended downward. Okay, some of that is due to the loss of a particular sport, but again, I say it was due to the loss of a sport, but we backfilled with another sport, and the numbers are still trending downward. And so that's problematic as we start to look at things. We budgeted, for example, this year, 23-24, we budgeted off of 33 or 34,000. 34,500 credit hours, and last year we were at 32,000. Okay, this year it's looking like we're going to be underneath that number as well. We won't make the 34.5. So those are things that influence the decisions that we are being forced to make. Here's our expenditures. So our expenditures have outpaced our revenue. If you look at 23-24, we overspent our budget by nearly $3 million. And that's based on final numbers that we had to put into the audit. And so that's not me making those numbers up. That's what's in our audit, is that we received $24 million, 24.56, and we spent 27.1. Okay, and if you look at the 22 fiscal year, it was a similar situation. I think that number received is 26.5, and we spent 26.8. Okay, that has led us to how we got here. Okay, some of the other years we're starting to do better, but I think it's important to note, and I'll say this later. 20, 21, 22, what national global incident were we dealing with? We were dealing with COVID, and so everybody was pumping money into. So that some of that looks better than it actually really was if you subtract that amount, because that's real. And our enrollment, our finances, but again, look, it's jumped up drastically. In 2018, we were at 22 million, and in 2023, we're at 27. Okay, so those are the things that have helped get us to where we are. It's not just one particular thing. So what else do we know? In 2022-23, our vocational and general budgets, we exceeded those. That was just a suggestion. And unfortunately, how did we go and pay for that? We wouldn't pay for that out of our reserves, out of our cash reserves, where our rainy day fund. That's where we paid, that's where we covered when we went over budgets. The approved purchasing policy had vastly been ignored. I mean, there was, I believe Gina met with an employee the other day, and that employee had purchased something in June of 22, June of 23, and we still haven't received a PO for it. We haven't been notified. I mean, that was the first notification that we had that the money had been spent or was planning to be spent. That needs to happen in the reverse. We have to know that information in advance. Credit card purchases. Credit cards, prior to us pulling the credit cards, everybody, not everybody, but a lot of folks on campus had credit cards. And those were just whatever. They just swipe. And so we really had to go in and say, okay, hey, turn in your credit cards, but if you're gonna use your credit card, I don't even use my credit card without letting Gina know, hey, I'm gonna spend X, Y, Z, I'm gonna spend this on whatever it is that I'm spending it on. But we have to follow that checks and balances. So our budget tuition difference. So, like I said, we budget our fiscal year this year on 34,500 credit hours. So that is saying we are going to get tuition, $61 per credit hour. Tuition, well, depending, $61 roughly from each of those 34,000 credit hours. Well, we don't do that. There's a differential because of what we're scholarshiping. So if we scholarship for 5,000 credit hours, which we scholarship for more than that, our budget says that we're going to get $34,500 or 34,500 credit hours. But in all reality, we scholarship for a portion of that. So now we're only down to 29,500. So we're already starting in the hole because of the way that we budgeted versus the way that we scholarship. Okay, because again, there's nothing on this side to fill back into the budget. Fiscal year 23 remains open, and there's just this thing called inflation where everything is costing more, right? I mean, all services, everything that we do, not everything, but most things that we do, it's a little more expensive. So this is a document that we pulled because we wanted to show. So there were some questions about athletics in the conversation. Disregard this piece here. We'll talk about this piece. But if you look, our athletic salaries have increased over the course of since 2019, 18-19. But look at our scholarships. 86. Whoa.
It's a touchscreen.
I did not have sorry.
There you go.
So our scholarships were at 865 in 18. We're at 874. But if you look at 2021, we're at 1.1. That's just on athletic scholarships. That we say here is for all of our LOIs. We're slated to spend 874,000. You throw on top of that what we do in academic scholarships. What we do in academic scholarships, that number almost doubles, 1.4 probably is where you go to, so about $600,000 additional. Look at our equipment lines, 328, 395. I get being high here, but we dropped a really, really expensive sport during this time frame, and it increased just in our athletic supplies. Okay, those are things that we're looking at this and we're saying this doesn't make sense. We can't live. This is not sustainable. We cannot live in this type of setting. Look at our travel. Our travel has nearly doubled. Now, part of that is the price of fuel, but the price of fuel ain't that bad. I know ain't is not a word. I shouldn't say that. This English teacher over there. But it's not that bad. But those are the things. This is what we've spent. And these are things that we've paid out. It's problematic for us institutionally as we try to move through this. Okay. So our debt service. So our debt service has increased gradually since prior to COVID. So, and I'm sorry, this is not in date order, but in 2022, we spent $1.4 million on turf, which results in an annual payment of $153,000 per year that we have to come up with. Now, caveat to this, the sports teams that benefit from the turf, they pay a portion of that. A small portion. of that. We pay the bulk of it. Okay? Greyhound Lodge, we purchased those. Greyhound Lodge is the old Ram Hotel. I shouldn't call it a hotel, that's a. Yeah,
Exaggerating
the
there.
Red Ram or Hotel. Right?
Yeah.
$30,000 in payments to them annually. John Deere. Okay? We pay $63,000 to them annually. The environmental lease. Do we know what the environmental lease?
Oh, it's from way back, but we did refinance it at a better rate, so, I mean, it was, there were some improvements, I'm guessing, made at some point.
Yeah, we
To do
put in
energy
all the
savings.
windows and
Yeah.
doors and, yeah, and then, yeah, we were better off with what we had before.
And so why is our dorms not full, but we're buying Greyhound Lodges and the Sycamore, and why is that? I mean,
That's one of the questions that we will come to.
All right.
A decision on, because you're right, we have the Greyhound Lodge, which houses how many? 44. We have 44 at Greyhound Lodge, 49 at Sycamore. How many at Garrison? 40, and then on campus. So we have more than enough housing. I don't know that Greyhound Lodge and Sycamore are necessities any longer. They may have been at one point in time, but I don't know I don't know that we need those. And that's one of the conversations that we're trying to determine is, do we need that?
Yeah, I think when we went into that originally, we were slacking on housing. We were short on housing.
And that's very true. But now we have to look at our needs now at this point. In 2019, we refinanced for Blue and Greyhound, and that's costing us $191,000 a year. So annually, we are paying $626,000 in our in debt. That was one of the first questions that was asked the other night was debt. So to answer that question, there it is.
How much longer do we have on those?
We own Greyhound Lodge?
We own, well, we're paying it off, yes.
Right, so how much we got left to pay on that?
It's in a budget book.
Yeah.
Well, it is, but is that the one? Sorry, it's,
Is that last year?
Yes.
Oh, that budget.
Data contract, contract with the Sycamore.
So the Greyhound Lodge gets paid off in 28. The environmental lease 1 gets paid off in 2026.
That was supposed to pay for itself when they did it.
Not certain.
Yeah. I am.
Ellis Fine Arts. Oh, yeah, we do that too.
Yeah, and we purposely left off the Ellis.
Say word in less.
Less utilities, remember?
We left that off because I think it was 15 and we didn't want to go back that far. We really just wanted to capture 2017.
What was left off?
Ellis, this building.
How much do we have left on it?
You don't want it until 2035.
Okay.
So
Do we still have any donations coming in on that one? On Ellis?
We got, I think one, was it last year or the year before, possibly from that estate, like $20,000.
See, because we had promises, we had
Who's got a Greyhound?
the promises when we got ready to build it. What's that called? The pledge. Pledge, yeah, we had the pledges. Do we have any pledges still sitting out there coming in?
Not that I'm aware of, or that would be legally any kind of, I mean, my understanding is what happened with the Ellis Fine Arts Center is that potentially people pledged, but maybe it's a pledge down the road. So, something happens to me, but Travis is still alive, you're not getting that till Travis is gone. So,
Okay.
kind of thing, so it's way out down the road.
That's
Fair.
I think there are some charitable remainder
Trusts.
funds in the foundation portfolio.
Still sitting there.
Maybe I would have to look at them, but
I'm just curious.
yeah.
So we're gonna have some decisions to make in terms of which of these can we do with and without. Obviously, the low hanging fruit would be the Greyhound Lodge, because we are not full. We have openings, but we also pay nearly 100. I think the contract is $120,000 annually to lease Sycamore.
But that, wait a minute, so there, what we charge the students is not paying for that?
Not scholarship.
Yeah, not because the students are scholarship that live over there.
I mean, we pay utilities as well.
Yeah.
We pay utilities, we pay electric and internet.
And that's not all figured into their,
No,
it ain't covered at all. What you're saying.
Yeah.
yeah, well, this is what I'm asking. So then you're saying then that we are giving scholarships to pay for them to live there, not scholarships for tuition, not scholarship for books, scholarships for lodging.
As part of the Division I, because mainly the students that live over there are on a Division I scholarship, and those students get additional monies.
So you're telling me that most of our Division I students are getting lodging?
They're getting a portion of that. It may not be all, but there's some they're given a bucket of money, and then the coaches get to decide how that is.
That's why the Division I, Division II just books and tuition.
Yes, I understand, but you don't have to do it.
I don't know.
No,
You don't have to do what?
you don't have to give them lodging in Division I,
You don't have to.
and you don't have to give the same amount to each student.
That's correct. You have some flexibility there in how you do that.
And so we might even have some students over there that don't have it. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I was just trying to clarify that.
Is it Greyhound Lodge, is most of those students, rodeo students?
Most of those students are ag. There's some John Deere students that live. Do some John Deere students live at the lodge?
Okay.
Yeah, several. And some golf. Golf. So golf, rodeo, and some John Deere.
I'm not sure. That is the low hanging fruit, you're right. But selling it would be kind of hard, wouldn't it?
I don't know that there's
A market?
yeah, I don't know.
That was what's going through my mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same situation with.
Right.
I was contacted by somebody a month ago or 6 weeks ago and said, "Are you guys selling the Red Ram?" I said, "I don't think so."
Why, are they wanting it?
Well, I don't know why else I would call.
Well,
Oh, they're nosy.
I will call. We will entertain that idea.
I'll put you in contact.
That's okay. So projects, so since prior to, I know that's not good English either, but projects completed prior to COVID, right? And beyond. So we did the Bailey Hall renovation at 1.2 million. We did 2 gym floors, one for 226 and the other for 196. The 196 extended the floor to cover the entire facility, not drop off X amount of feet at the end of the playing surface. We did Arnold Arena, we did AC in Arnold Arena, and that was a budgeted number. We weren't able to find before we came over what that number actually was, but we budgeted 200,000 for the Arnold Arena AC project. Hill Street, 864,000. The dining hall, 1.1. And then Garrison, we actually spent 727,000, but 400,000 of that came from a grant. So our total cost on that was 327. So we've spent in cash of some sort, $4.2 million. Now, some of that is COVID money. Some of that is COVID money, but I don't.
Bailey Hall we received, how much money?
250,000, wasn't it, I think? 250,000 from Bailey, from Robert Bailey. I think it's 250,000.
So those expenditures came from somewhere. The money to pay for those expenditures came from somewhere. Some of it came out of our reserves, some of it came out of our auxiliaries. Some of it came out of COVID. But it all came from someplace. And so, again, how did we get here? This led to that. Okay, this led to it.
And when all this was done, we didn't have a project manager really monitoring, did we?
No,
That worries me because.
I don't think that, I think where we could have done ourselves a better service is to create a facilities master plan to say, this is
Yes.
the direction that we're gonna go.
And have somebody monitor so we're not taking advantage of it in different areas.
Well, that, but also planning how we're going to do things versus, what are our needs? Again, and I've said this, Hill Street, we sure could have used Hill Street as our VTech. I mean, that would have been the perfect space to use that, right? But we didn't have that long range plan.
And was it donated to just for us to use? Didn't have a specific?
As far as I
Oh,
know, it was just a donation to the college, right?
Just donated.
It was just donated to the college.
There was,
Oh, okay.
there was some,
Can you go back to the Hill Street expenditures there? It was kind of at the bottom of that one sheet. You said don't pay attention to the bottom there till.
and you paid attention to it.
He's like.
So, yeah.
Margin again.
It jumped to 3.9.
This number here,
Yeah.
that's what we spent so far this year.
This year.
It's only 3,000.
3,000.
Oh, okay.
Fiscal
This fiscal year, yes.
And so the other was used to adapt it into a weight room and whatever else we needed.
And to outfit it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought that was given to the football program. I thought it was donated to the football program initially.
Not necessarily.
It was gifted to the foundation, and when we visited with the family, the reports about it, we told them that it was going to be used as this purpose, and so that was part of the conversation, was that it was going to be used for that waiver. Okay, but it was for all programs. Okay.
They were just wanting us to tell them what it was, so we had a plan there. Okay, I get it.
So. Again, some of this was given through COVID. But there's a lot of this that even those COVID funds could have been used to do something different. And again, it depends on the needs of the institution, really, but these long-term debt service payments. I mean, the soonest one that we get out of is 2015 or 2025. And that's the environmental lease, the first one, correct? Or is that the second?
Sorry, I was looking, energy, yeah.
Yeah.
Which we've already refinanced, so you would hope that we would get out of it soon.
Yeah.
Okay. And we can't refinance these anymore. I mean, we can,
Be good, right?
but we don't want to.
Oh, no.
We can, but we don't want to. Right?
Yeah.
So our goals. We just want to stop the bleeding at this point. We want to get to a point where we understand where everything is and where we're moving forward. We also want to put at least $50,000 in reserves. Okay, to save, to start that process of rebuilding rebuilding ourselves financially. We talked about the restructure of the college a little bit. There needs to be a restructure. And reassignment of responsibilities. Visibility within the community, I think we're doing that. Last week's conversation and subsequent conversations will help with that. And then we're gonna survey some students, or survey students. That was one of the requests that Brian had at a former previous meeting, I think September. And so Tom and his crew are working on that. I will say, I would like for that. So there's two surveys. We can do one that's kind of internal and one that's benchmarks us with other institutions. I would like the benchmarking. I would like to see kind of where we rank amongst our peers. we'll still get good data, but I want that piece to be able to say, this is how we compare nationally to other institutions. And so, I can say that's the one that I'm leaning towards, but that one will cost us. But I think the information will be good for students.
What about faculty and staff surveys? Do we still do those at the end of the year?
In April, we do an employee satisfaction survey.
Okay, I think we still did that or not. And results from that, does the board ever see those?
They've been posted to the web in the past. I don't know that they've ever been taken directly to the board, but that's certainly doable.
Because I got on the new website, which is beautiful. It is beautiful to, and there's still some navigation things. But anyway.
We will, any survey that we bring, that we put in front of faculty, staff, or students, you all will get a chance, or even the community, you guys will get a chance to see the data.
And that's all anonymously with students and faculty and staff, that's all anonymous.
As far as I'm concerned, I don't need to know people's names.
So that we kind of know, yeah.
Okay.
Who administers that? Survey? The faculty and staff.
The employee one, I do. It's through SurveyMonkey.
Yep.
And it's a link that goes out and we turn off all of the tracing components that are in there.
Good. Thank you.
So our enrollment numbers, as of this morning, we're down 6.4%. On campus, off campus, online is up. But our high schools are still down just a tad.
Now, off campus, does that include the tech centers?
Yes. We believe. Is that correct? That's correct. Ben is reworking this so that we know, because there's some places on the report that show a negative number. Like for 2024, there's a negative number. For spring of 2024, there's a negative number. We don't understand why that happens. It's always, it's always, right? So it should either be 0, but not a negative number, because it's counting actual students that are in that class as of right now. So 6.45, again, I hope that we can balance ourselves and get back to about a 3%. I can tell you that one of the things that I'm going to be asking for in the future from the board is the ability to do some incentives. At 6.45, negative 6.45, if we were able to get our enrollment to a negative 1.45, that's a 5% increase. That's outstanding. And I feel like our employees need to be rewarded when we get there. And so I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if it's a one-time bonus or a bonus every time we get to that number, but I think that we need to set a number and say, if we can get there, if we get to a 5%, it could be 4%, but if we get there, then the faculty and staff deserve some sort of recognition from the board. So,
and that would be the whole faculty and staff, not just certain departments.
That would be every single person who is employed by the college at a particular date in that previous semester. So let's say the fall, we get there. Anybody that was employed through the college by March 1st, as of March 1st, and continue to be employed, not you leave and then all of a sudden, hey, where's my check?
Yeah.
You're still employed, then we provide a check to those people. Those are just ways to incentivize, ways to move things. Ways to move things forward.
I'm kind of a fan though, of people who are doing the improvement get the bigger chunk, you know what I mean? I don't have any specific examples, but I think peanut butter things, you know, you got some folks that are really pulling the wagon and maybe some that aren't, and I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just, when you think about how you design this incentive program, you have some folks that work here that have no ability to influence this much, you know what I mean? But there are some that really do. So I'm not saying shouldn't get anything, but
well,
you get my point.
I get your point, and
that causes division.
Yeah, I think you're going to. I think it'll go the other direction. it'll be less, it'll be more frowned upon if we leave it, because now I'm making a decision. Who should get it and who should not get it, and that becomes detrimental to us all.
Cause you can give me $10,000 to recruit band students and I could spend it. You can give me $10,000 to recruit English students when I taught there. I wouldn't have been able to, you know,
Right.
so that my numbers wouldn't show an increase
Mhm.
in the English department because you can't get there, you know what I mean?
I think it becomes more detrimental when you start to exclude, because now it becomes really objective. So it becomes more objective than subjective.
I don't want to belabor the point, because I love the direction you're
Gotcha.
going. I think that makes a ton of sense.
Okay.
And I'm not saying don't give anything.
Yeah.
But you might bump a little when you've got some really successful programs that have gone above and beyond what you're trying, the goals you're setting out there.
Well, and I would, the way that I would see that, I think where we could do that is that we give that program.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
Yes, but that's what I meant, yes.
Okay, yeah, I could say, hey, you're bringing in X amount of students, your program gets. Additional.
I can see that, yeah.
Okay. All right, we're on the same page. Okay, so let's look at scholarships. We talked about this a little bit at the retreat, but our expenses and our revenues. So obviously, a student that gets no scholarship, its increases across the board, or it's net profit across the board. For a Division I scholarship, it starts to go down. Okay. This $500 stipend is up in question because apparently we may or may not give that to students as part of their Division I scholarships. So you can subtract these numbers by more or less 500 if you're looking at it from that angle. But that's what it cost us to bring in these students. This includes the state reimbursements that we get. This includes the state reimbursements. We get 1/3 for in-district students, 2/3 for out-of-district students, and 0 for out-of-state. And that number fluctuates, so our number may be lower. The base number that we get the 1/3 and 2/3 from, that number may change. Because that's all dependent on state formula that they have out there. And so it will change. I was told on Friday in a session, in a meeting, that number will change for us.
For the better?
No.
So we need to change that.
Well, you started the process by only saying academic scholarships are for students inside the state of Kansas. There are some monies available for the students that are border states or that are border counties in Missouri. But yes, I mean, this is costing us a significant amount.
So what's the answer there? Less scholarships for out of state there or?
More like 50% in-state or whatever.
Yeah,
You know,
or go to D2? What's the answer?
So the answer could be go to D2. The answer could be give numbers of in-state kids that each program has to bring in. That's a good option, but it would concern me of the fairness that we have with those students. So if I say, like when I was coaching basketball, a great example, I had 6 out-of-staters. Who do you think were my students that I took care of the most? My 6 out-of-staters. I might take care of 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4 in-state kids, but then the other 5 kids on my team, I didn't really care. Not consistently, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm only focusing on those kids, and I don't want that situation. I don't want a student to come here because a lot of these students are choosing us over another institution. And to be fair, at the legislature, they believe that these students who are typically the in-state students that we would typically get are now going to the NAIs. that's enrollment that we're losing. Those are Kansas kids. Those are kids that are in one of these two buckets. That we could, that could be beneficial to us. But at the same time, and I've said this to the athletic teams, this isn't all on athletics. We have said athletics go do this, and we've set the bar, and they've gone and done it.
Yeah, we set them up to fail.
But not necessarily fail, because they achieved it.
Yeah.
We should have said, hey, athletics, do this, but band, you guys bring in 10 kids. Art, you bring in 10 kids.
But the way I understand it, we didn't really tell athletics what their limits were, right? Is that what you told us a little bit ago? They were just said, here, go do. And so we did kind of set them up to fail, because now that we don't have the money, they're the ones we have to go after. And that's just kind of, that bothers me. I wish we hadn't even gone there. We can't go back and change history. But, okay, one question. Can we limit, would this help? And I don't know, because I did band and English, so you guys feel free to correct me. Board, could we just, I know it's D1, but here, can we just decide, hey, we realize we're not going to get that student that can get room and board at Neosho County, but this is what we can do right now till we get back. Because I'm sorry, a lot of athletes want to play. And they're going to go there to play, even if they don't play, to be able to say they've been on a team. We
have made the decision. Go ahead.
What would that do to our rodeo team? I mean, I'm just curious. The D1, you said most of that's rodeo, right?
Not most of it, but rodeo's involved in that, baseball, and track, men's and women's track and golf.
So you just up your number of in-standers that you have to have, right?
That
brings in immediate money.
That's one way of doing it, but again, then the concern becomes, are you mistreating those students? And so some institutions do it in terms of, you bring in this many in-staters, but then your retention of in-staters has to be so high before you get whatever additional incentivized money. I don't, that seems very, very in-depth. What we've decided is that everyone is on a D2 scholarship at this point. Everyone is on a D2 scholarship. That is what we will provide, which is books and tuition. If someone that's in the D1 category wants to fundraise and do extra, they can.
Is that for the fall, right? That's not this semester.
That is for the fall, because this semester is technically already in the contracts. Yeah, there's a contract, and we're not trying to backpedal from that. But we are saying, moving forward, everyone is on a D2 scholarship. If the coaches want to fundraise and provide this kid with an extra amount, go ahead. It is totally up to you. But I can promise you, we have, if I remember correctly, 196 LOIs on D1, college-wide. And we have to pay for that. We have to pay for the tuition on that. So the tuition on that is a lot. I mean, that's 198 times 2,000. So we have, and all of that can only come from student fees.
Well, what about the state?
Letter of intent.
What about the state? Do we get that on it? On those that, we're paying tuition? Do we get the state money on those if they're Kansas?
If they're Kansas,
we'll get something there.
If they're fees, yes,
Yeah.
we will get that money.
Yeah.
That's a question about.
But you can't pay the scholarships out of that money. Right?
Right, we can't pay them, we can't pay the scholarships out of.
Oh, yeah, we only do that out of fees.
Out of fees.
But you can put it
Elsewhere.
That becomes the gray, because you put it in a bucket and everything comes out of that bucket. And is there a way to quote unquote tell?
That can't go into our reserves?
I don't, which part?
If we get enough, and we get, like he was saying, get enough money there that we had money left over, you're saying you can't put it in Can't put
Ideal,
it to pay tuition or anything.
ideally,
Put it in
what we
reserves.
wanna do is, we wanna stop giving room and board. We wanna start charging everyone for room and board, and then be able to capitalize and utilize that money to help offset
And
the
their
cost.
fees.
And the fees to offset that cost.
And a lot of our books are going to OERs, so even though we tell them we're giving them books,
Mhm.
we're not out anything.
But I think we also need to look at that, because I think we're paying for workbooks. So
But yeah,
a,
for some classes we are, I bet you.
a consumable book that the student gets to keep,
Yes, yes, and
we're paying for that. That,
Hawks and anything like that, yes.
yeah, I mean, we had a situation where they kind of came up to us and asked us to put our college credit card on a student's account for a book purchase that the student needed. So we physically were supposed to go in, and Gina was like,
We
no.
figured it out. I mean, we got it. We didn't do it. Obviously.
Yeah, but that's,
But
yeah,
I think that kind of thing has happened.
yeah.
There was, at one point, you'd sent an informational email out on the scholarships,
Oh, yeah.
between the sports, and there was. I don't remember any of the numbers, but I remember one sport jumped out to me quite a bit more. Is that because of the room and board, or is that how they differ? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
I know exactly.
Track maybe.
I know exactly which one you're referring to, and it did jump out, but again, I think that comes back to how closely we monitor that.
Okay. But is that how it is different? Like we're giving them more room and board or something? I just.
No, because they're just giving a pop, so they're given $80,000, they're given X amount of dollars per LOI, essentially. And so sometimes if they're LOI, if they have more LOIs than another sport, they can go up.
Okay.
How many LOIs have we signed for next year?
Most all of the LOIs that I've seen come through have had tuition and books only on them. Those are the ones I've monitored those. Several of them did come in with transportation and something else, and I did not sign off on those.
So you did sign those LOIs that came across with the other, and you sat back and said, I only do tuition books for next year.
For next year.
And that includes out of state? Okay. And have we given a limit on how many out of state for each sport, or are we just?
No, I think and again, I wish, these are all good questions. And I wish that we had the time to get to these questions, but we literally don't have the time when we're putting out other fires.
Right.
When we're trying to look at why this charge went through, or why someone wants to travel someplace that, I mean, we're really, there's only so much bandwidth that we actually have, and we can't get to the important things because
you get your fingers in the dam.
That's right.
Yeah, we do, but we don't want to put our fingers in the dam again next fall.
Right.
And to their credit, the coaches are getting upset that we're not making these decisions and that we're not letting them know, and activity sponsors, they're getting upset, but folks, if we had the time and if we could clear out all the other noise, we would get to it. We just don't have the time to be able to devote to it when we're dealing with so many other things. And I mean, Gina was here all weekend and still didn't get to the things that she wanted to get to. I mean, we're trying to have a conversation about budgets for next year, and we can't because we're still trying to tie things up. So, are there any questions?
I had a question on, we're Division I on 3 sports. Four. Can we pick and choose?
We can pick and choose, but here is the caveat to that. There are very few, if any, Division I baseball teams in the state, or Division II baseball teams. Division II men's and women's travel. So now you're going to put it back on travel. And I'll be honest with you. we're having to limit people's travel, and that has not been very well received. I mean, when you're traveling 40 students, there's a significant cost associated with that. When you're taking what I call the big people movers, when you're taking those and you're trying to go 4 or 5 hours away or more, there's a significant cost associated with that. And, you know, to their credit, well, this was my budget. Well, that was only good back in our September, August. So. Any other questions?
So are those sports allowed to do their own fundraising?
They are. But I will say, so here's another point of contention. Title IX, and whether you agree with it or not, Title IX is the law. Title IX states that we cannot have a difference in facilities for sports. So baseball has this, softball has to have this. Well, baseball, to their credit, fundraises all of theirs, and that's how they pay for theirs. Title IX still recognizes that as the college, and so if we don't provide the same level of facilities, we are in violation of Title IX. So I've said you can't spend your fundraising money on facility upgrades because we can't do that. Because then if men's basketball goes in and puts 2 TVs in their locker room, money that they raise, we have to turn around, and women's basketball doesn't. We have to put 2 TVs in women's basketball. Those are the things that we are trying to deal with, and those are things that I didn't make this up. And I promise you, I had a conversation with a KASB attorney. Oh, and I had a conversation with an OCR officer about it too, and both of them confirmed independently, yes, that is how it reads.
So you're telling me that KU spends the same amount on their men's basketball team as their women's basketball team?
I was gonna say, what colleges?
No.
I mean.
Or their football team to their flag football team?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll bet you not, hardly any schools are in compliance. That's right.
But here's how they're getting away with it. That money is run through the foundation and the athletic corporation, which then all of that money that men's basketball gets or football gets at KU, that money then turns around and goes to the crew team. I know this for a fact. It goes to the crew team. I mean, the money at K-State, they get all kinds of stuff because they're not a revenue generating sport. So they feed off of or live off of what those other programs are getting. Is it fair across the board? No, but the other piece of that is that men's basketball pays for a lot of that, but everybody gets to access it, which covers the compliance piece. So yes, this locker room, or this weight room was paid for on the backs of men's basketball and football. But everybody gets it.
Oh, so it's all in one fund?
Well, no, everybody gets to utilize the space.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, so if baseball decided to fundraise, they can put it in the activity fund in the foundation, as then girls basketball can do the same thing if they wanted to.
And then you have departmental decisions on how that money's being spent. But again, the piece that we have to maintain is that they have to have access. So there has to be, softball has to have access to the same level of facility that baseball has access to. Okay, are there any questions about that? All right, so nursing articulation. Last week, I was at Kansas Community College Day at the Capitol. And myself and the other community colleges that have nursing all signed an articulation agreement with Fort Hays that allows them to transfer seamlessly from our nursing program to their nursing program. We appreciate Fort Hayes for their agreement and their willingness to work with us. We hope that all the other institutions in the state will start to allow that. But it was a good opportunity for us to sign that agreement with Hayes, so we appreciate them. Also, while I was there, I had a chance to visit with some legislators here in the state. And I even had an impromptu meeting with the Lieutenant Governor David Tobin. Took a meeting from me with me and Alan, but he gave me about 5 minutes at the end to just talk about Fort Scott, and he is very well aware of Fort Scott. I'll leave it at that. But some of the things, not the college specifically, but some of the things that are happening in the community is definitely on his radar. He was the former Secretary of Commerce, maybe he would still be the acting at some level. So that was a great opportunity to visit with our legislators and sign that articulation agreement. We also had the legislative update where we met with all of the legislators in this area prior to the session that was held in Neosho County Community College. We did have an Office OCR, Office of Civil Rights complaint. And we are waiting on the letter that says it's been resolved. One of the things that the new law requires is that all institutions publish trainings that their Title IX team has been involved in. And we didn't have those published on our webpage, listed on our webpage, and so that people could click on it and access it. And so that led to a Title IX complaint. We have since resolved it, and I'm waiting to hear back from them. Legislative post audit was released. That is the report on community colleges funding and athletics. Should be something out today, I believe, on that, a press release. Again, that was the audit that was done on sport or community colleges in the state of Kansas. We were the number 5 school on the list, and they took the top 3. So we were okay from that standpoint. Other items of interest. We did the audit update, non-payment for withdrawal. I know that caused a lot of heartburn for people on campus. I believe I said we and another institution are the only 2 institutions in the state that don't do this. I was mistaken. Johnson County does this. So on the Friday before classes start, they go in, they shut down everything, and if you haven't paid or made arrangements to pay, you get withdrawn. So they don't even let you start. We let you get in at least 10 days and say, hey, then pay us.
So it's, as it stands, it's February 17th, that's even withdrawals.
For next year, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So that gives students plenty of time.
So we didn't do that this year, or we're not gonna do it, right?
We are in the process of doing it for the spring. Oh, no, not the Johnson County way.
Okay.
Not the
That's
Johnson
what we're
County.
doing this year.
We won't do.
You won't drop a bunch of students before because they haven't paid, okay?
Yes, we'll.
Because it's a mess to get them back in.
It is, and that honestly, that was a determining factor in terms of how we did this. HLC update shared with you, so some college-wide committees and assignments that we are working on: community relations, employee relations, assessment committee, employee benefits. With the sharp change in our employee benefits, we created a committee that will address those, and then Tom with the strategic enrollment management, and then the calendar. Scholarship committees and strategic planning. We talked about foundation gift. We have been provided the grant to fully fund the purchase of CDL program trucks and trailers. I talked a little bit about the director of the foundation in terms of job vacancies, and then the director of CTEC I was at a meeting at CTEC last Wednesday. They had about 15 applicants. And they are starting the interviews later on this week. I believe Rory will be involved in those interviews. With a potential hire, sometime later on this month, maybe first of March is when they come to you all as well. So those are the job vacancies that we have. We have others, but we are trying to determine if we keep those vacant or close those.
Now, notice the nursing, head of nursing wasn't on there. We have somebody hired for that position?
We do not have anyone hired. Darkus is still serving as the interim. And that is going to, we're gonna continue to have conversations about that. I think that's, but that's not off of our radar in terms of.
Now, while you're working on the strategic plan, it's kind of nice and kept some continuity here with her.
With Darkus?
Mhm.
That's, she's been wonderful. Her and Vicky have been working well together. We did have that group over on Friday to walk through the lower level of hedges, to kind of look at what do we want to start doing? How do we want that space to look? So, that was exciting.
Wasn't it there once before?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going back in the basement, you know.
Yeah, the band.
Lower level.
I can't call it basement. I was chastised by the board chair that call it a basement and. And so the lower.
It wasn't me, I'm just following Marcy's lead on that.
So don't forget to check out the new website. It looks fantastic.
I'd like to see our photos on there though, on the first page, you know, in
On the
education.
board page or the?
No, the education page, right at the front, you see, they're stock photos, they're not our from our campus.
You mean the staff photos?
No, open up the website, go on down for me.
That's not the website.
Yeah.
So that's there on the website, you go down and it says, School of Education, it's like, there are 25 kids in there and a teacher I've never seen in my life, right?
I think it's from our.
And then I went through to try to find emails of teachers, you know, to be able to email a teacher, you can't find that. But everything else is wonderful, also phone numbers, you know, I thought, oh, I'll just look up Dr. Kagan's extension, there is no extension.
There's a reason for that.
Okay.
There's a reason for that, no.
Okay.
I'm joking when I say that. We know that there's still some tweaks that we need to make. System more or less
But it's
crashed a little bit early on, but we're working through some.
Wonderful improvement to what we had,
Yes,
wonderful.
ease of navigation. So
Oh, yeah.
just so that you guys know, we did close the campus 3 times this month. One, because the water main break in the front, and then 2, because of freezing temps and icy conditions. I will say that rule of thumb is we're trying to stay with the USD with 234. We're trying to stay on the same schedule as them. There may be a time where we differ. They may say nothing and we may say we'll start at 10. Just depends. But we try to stay in step with them. And that may be just faculty and staff only versus all students, you know, it may look different. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. And then next month, we hope to bring for you the 24-25 auxiliaries and fees. We'll obviously have another budget update. We need to have a conversation about IDEA and the agreement that we have there. And then we will start doing policy revisions on a monthly basis, to where like next month you'll have the first reading of board meeting rules of order. So right now, Robert's Rules of Order is what's listed. I don't know Robert's Rules of Order very well, but I know you have to have a parliamentarian, and I don't know that we have one. So we just need to tweak that, okay? Our inclement weather policy, conflict of interest, and then employee tuition. So by policy, employee tuition says that the employee will pay student fees. The policy says that, but the practice has been, as of last year, that the college will pay the fees for for students.
Do I get a refund on my daughter?
You do not, and
Oh.
Sonia already asked that question.
Tom still doesn't. give
So
me
we have to make sure that the policy is updated. Okay,
Yeah.
and then next board meeting will be in a couple weeks. Hopefully we'll be back in blue, or in, Burst, sorry, I was like, no, we're not going to Burst Street for that. We'll be back in Burst. Any other questions?
I have questions. You mentioned in your meeting here, bringing back student government, which I'm excited about. I think that's a great idea. Is that fall?
It will be, so what we plan to do is we plan to meet with students. We've got a list of 12 or so students, something like that. 12-ish students. We're gonna sit down with them and talk with them about their experience, talk to them about what they want that to look like. And then we'll go from there.
Okay. On the nursing deal, what's the timeline? Do you have a timeline for when they might be making that move?
Here,
Yes.
summer,
Okay.
will be their transition time.
And then your intent is to sell Birch Street?
As soon as you find me a buyer, yep.
Okay. Not a realtor, but.
If you're-
You did say a hot one first.
So yes, the plan will be to do that. I think I also mentioned that we're gonna have a surplus sale. So we have a lot of things in storage. And because we're a government entity, we can't just throw it away. So we have to sell it. So we will have a surplus sale this summer.
Is there any other programs in Birch Street besides nursing right now?
No, nursing allied health is kind of there, but both of those will come back. But no other programs besides those medical programs.
Mr. Anthony talked about the Hall of Fame situation. Is that something we can maybe review for next, or have on the agenda for next board meeting to at least talk about what the hurdle is there and get everybody's thoughts on it?
Yeah.
Well, I've been thinking about that too, because football people, they're never here. If they're gonna continue their football, they're gonna go to a 4-year school and they're not here in the spring. So it's almost impossible for them to
graduate.
And the definition from the Alumni Foundation is that to be considered alumni of Fscc is that you completed a semester.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
well, there you go.
Or even one class, I think.
Yeah.
But that's for the alumni, that's
That's
not
for the alumni.
Right.
I know, but that's.
Yeah, but that's a good point though.
So, but it's just, that's what, you can look that up, it's in the alumni. Should be in the alumni bylaws.
The other thing that I'll caution you about is you'll need to look at, if I'm not mistaken, that policy needs to include employees, because we have employees who are former employees who are in the Hall of Fame that I don't believe are graduates of the institution.
That's right.
So that is something we probably have to bring together and make sure, but yes, we'll put that as a first reading on the next.
And I would just request if we're gonna get those policies just as soon as we can, because I love reading policies, but it takes me a while.
Most of the policies are now 4 pages.
Okay.
So they're maybe a paragraph.
Audio book.
Audio book, there you go.
So, but yes.
And then I have one last question. We talked a little bit about the employee satisfaction survey. And I wonder if it's possible and it's not a lot of work. If it's simply just sending a survey monkey link out, if we might not be served well to go ahead and do a survey of the faculty and staff. Just to kind of get the temperature. I don't know how people are feeling. I think it kind of depends, but I know it would be beneficial for the folks in the community to say, we surveyed our employees and they feel good. Because when you talk to people, depending on how they read the various articles, I mean, in my conversations, I'm getting mixed. I think I told you, I had somebody ask me, is the college close? And I was like, no. So it's just one other way that we can kind of communicate what's going on out here.
Been so many changes that it would be nice to, to see
Yeah,
I had somebody stop me at Mako Ace and said the welding department didn't have enough gas to TIG weld. I thought, all right,
I'll pass it.
never know, you know.
Well, and there is a lot of that that's out there, but we've told them if it's an educational need, I mean, there's a process. Don't just run down to Kirkland Welding Supplies and pick up
Get a purchase order.
yeah, I mean, and that's the part that I think people are struggling with is what I used to do is I just used to do it. Now, well, we're holding people accountable really is really what it comes down to. And there's a significant amount of frustration. So I think I think that's gonna come through in the surveys,
Yeah.
well, when I look at surveys like this, I don't look at point in time, I look at overtime, you know what I mean? And if nothing else, I mean, it gives us something, you know. I'm not sure that I would react necessarily to what's on there and make, you know, huge changes or anything, but it also, I think, gives the message that we care how you're feeling. And I know you do, and you guys probably see it, but I don't, it's hard for me to know how things are going out here. Without, it's kind of like the student thing. I don't know how it's going out here unless you talk to a student or an employee, so. It's just something for you guys to consider. You can talk about it in your executive team meeting.
But there are certain people out there that even though we're bleeding, they still want to keep writing checks and we can't, you know what I mean? So
Yes.
that's what we gotta get across. Again, we gotta stop it somewhere. I know that's hard, but I think you're right. Totally, you know, Brian, it's just so that we get their opinion of where we're headed, and what we're doing, and what we're trying to do.
That's it for me, so. We do have, the next thing would be an executive session. I think we can do it within there. We wouldn't have added as much.
So we need a,
Yes.
Yeah.
But now that one doesn't say, I believe this is a not expected, no.
No.
Yeah, buddy.
No action.
Yeah, no expected.
And Gina.
okay.
Okay, executive session motion. To move to adjourn the executive session for 10 minutes. Beginning at 4:15. 4:15. To discuss personal matters of non-personnel as it relates to performance evaluations and discussions of identifiable personnel information, non-elected personnel. With action expected, not expected to follow.
Not expected. Not expected.
Not expected. Not expected. Yeah.
And we invite Gina and Dr. K.
Gina and Dr. K. What's the board?
We have a motion.
I moved.
Second.
Second?
You say.
Yeah. Somebody.
That's what we thought you said, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You need these for.
No,
Julie, can you call a vote?
you bet. Rock,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Holt,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer, Hewens,
Yes.
Bailey.
Yes.
Make a motion, we come back into open session.
My second.
Second.
Can you call for the vote?
Yeah, second.
Rob,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer, Holt,
Yes.
Yes.
Liz, Bailey.
Yes.
And then we have to do the.
Are you
executive
adjourning to
session.
executive session again?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I move to adjourn to the executive session for 10 minutes. Beginning at 4:30.
For the same reasons, with the same people.
Yes. Got that?
Yep, but I need a second, folks.
A second.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And a vote, and a vote, and a vote.
Bob says yes.
Rob says yes.
Your proxy.
McGinnis, Holt,
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer,
Yes.
Bailey. Yes.
You guys are a wild bunch.
Get a little punchy on this.
To return to open session.
Motion made.
Second.
Holt,
I did that.
Yes.
Hewens,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Rob,
Yep.
McKinnis.
Yes.
Bartlesmeyer.
A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye. If you guys would sit tight for just a second, we have that vape signer page. It actually spit out in the copier over there.
I've got one of them.
There we go.